Mm. Okay, you ready, people? Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Today is April 3rd, 2025. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 7:08 this evening. I'll ask everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to have a roll call. Maureen? No, it's okay when you have a chance. It's those council meetings, you know how those are.
June Daly,
Here.
Angelou Millard,
Here.
Ann Joycey,
Here.
Zigmont,
Here.
Ryan Rogan asked to be excused, I understand.
Yes, he did.
Chairman Veely,
Here.
Scott Hamel,
Here.
John Dyken,
Here.
and Steve Bailey Jr.
Here.
Okay, so we need to seat somebody for Mr. Rogan. All righty, so let's go with Mr. Dyken.
So I
Thank you.
believe on the text amendments previously, Steve was sat on some of them,
Okay,
just so you know.
all right,
Because you had to see.
okay. All righty. So we'll be maybe splitting and,
But he can.
yeah, he can
sit
still,
for-
you're still gonna be deliberating. I mean, you're gonna be discussing with us, not so much deliberation if we get there. Okay, we have a big agenda tonight, so we're gonna try to get to make this as painless as possible for everyone, all righty? So let's dig in. The first item is the receipt of the new application and scheduling of public hearings as required or necessary. The first item would be a site plan amendment application of Michael Reng for construction of a 22 by 97 addition at 46 Woodlawn Road, property of Casimir Persin in the BT1 zone.
So it
And-
does appear that that application, so far from staff, cursory review is complete. It doesn't require a public hearing. And so it doesn't require scheduling.
So we don't have to schedule that. So when do we?
Typically you allow staff to schedule the site plan items, as able.
Okay,
Your agenda allows for it.
okay,
We know the first is pretty full already. The 15th is quickly filling, if not full as well, of May.
mhm,
Those are your next two meetings, so I just assume as we get closer, we decide we don't have to run a hearing for it and
okay.
add, so.
So it's to be determined then? Do we need a motion on that? Okay, fine.
It's just acknowledgement that it came in.
Okay, terrific. Moving on to commission business. Item A, request of Michael Rainier Esquire for Kokomo Brothers LLC for modification of the stipulated judgment Superior Court Judicial District of the New Britain docket number NNH CV 19-6055772S to allow for the extension of a time frame for the completion of a site plan improvements as shown on the unified plan approved June 3rd, 2021 for properties at 873 Farmington Avenue of Kokomo Brothers LLC and 873 Farmington Avenue of Newport Realty Group LLC in the CCD2 zone, Kensington Village Overlay Area, Core Area 1.
So a correction, the second address should read 861. The typo,
So 873 and 861 Farmington Avenue,
those are the two addresses for the unified plan.
okay?
And this extension request is not being pursued at this time. And therefore no action is needed by the commission and will be taken tonight.
Okay, all right, and you need no motion on that. Okay, item B, 55 Steel Boulevard, approved mixed-use project, 861, 889, 903, 913 Farmington Avenue. Request of Newport Realty and Town of Berlin for modifications to previously approved plan to install a retaining wall and raise the grade in the parking lots to retain impacted fill on site under the proposed geomembrane liner. Whoa. Property of the town of Berlin in CCD2 core area 1 zone. Okay. Julie,
We have both Tony Valenti here as well as Brandon Hanfield is remote to present this item.
okay,
So
terrific.
Mahoney is here for additional comments if necessary, and staff will help out as well.
Okay,
Maureen, I can lead with a little introduction if you would let me.
that is fine. Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Mr. Mahoney.
Thank you, members of the commission. So, background, I think the commission is very familiar with this property, but to remind everybody, it's owned by the town of Berlin. It's environmentally contaminated. We've gotten many brownfields grants over the years to try to get to the point where it would be remediated and be able to be redeveloped. We've been in a partnership with Newport Realty. We had the sale agreement in which we sold them several properties. The last one to close will be this one, 55 Steel Boulevard. It was kind of a unique project in that this remedy for the soil contamination on the site was to place a geomembrane to isolate the contaminated soils. And in order to do that, we had to do it really in concert with Newport, because they had to do all their improvements on the site below the membrane before we could actually install the membrane. So they've actually been investing in and improving the site prior to their ownership. As you know, they've already put in their foundations and subsurface utilities. So what we're here about tonight is that, this project has presented many challenges for us along the way, more numerous than we want to mention. But the latest became when we had excavated material from the site and installed the geopiers to support the building because of the structural problems of the underlying fill. And the idea, the whole plan, our remedial action plan for the site, which was approved by DEP, is contingent on us placing that contaminated material under the geomembrane. And unfortunately, the structural properties of the material presented challenges from a geotech point of view, a civil engineering point of view. And so we went through a process where we thought we would have to remove all that material from the site, which would have been at great cost to the town. We would have had to send this contaminated material out of state, maybe to Buffalo, maybe to Long Island. It would have been, very expensive. And there's about 1,700 cubic yards of material that would have to be disposed, and we may have had to brought in additional material for fill to compensate for that material that went off-site. So we called on the project team to come up with a creative solution here to help us avoid having to dispose of the soil off-site. And Brandon Hanfield of Yantic was kind of our leader in this, and he came up with the idea of the retaining wall to raise the grades on the site, to allow us to store more material on the site and to create enough structural integrity under the parking lots and such, so that we could retain. Actually, we think we're going to retain all that material on site, not have to export any material. And we will have an additional cost, a couple of additional costs. One, to build the retaining wall, which is what we're talking about tonight, and another to raise the drainage structures on the site. And actually, we'll be talking to the town council about those costs next week. But we had previously kind of gave the town council a heads up that worst case scenario, there's going to be some big costs here, and that if we had to export that material. So I think they'll be happy with the result that the team has come up with. And I think this is kind of indicative of the whole process with Newport. These brownfield sites are very challenging, and things don't go in a straight line. And so when there's a problem, the town team and Mike, Hearn leading the engineering component, and the Newport team kind kind of sit down and try to find the solutions to keep it moving. And actually, we're getting very close. And we hope, this month to authorize the closing and hopefully close on the site and transfer the site to Newport this month. And once we can complete this last phase of the soil remediation, Newport's going to be able to, again, own the site and start going up with their building. But again, Brandon can certainly handle any details, but this retaining wall is necessary to maintain that fill on the site. And I would note that the retaining wall is being placed between the 55 Steel Boulevard property and 861 and 873 Farmington Avenue, which were previously discussed, and the town has actually provided an easement to both of those properties to, as you recall, as part of the settlement agreement, to actually expand the parking for both of those projects. And so I think this is all good for the neighbors as well. So we were happy to come up with a solution and hopefully ask for the support of the Planning and Zoning Commission for this site plan amendment. And as I said, Brandon's here. I think Mike might be in the audience, so Tony. So we'd all be glad to try to answer any questions you may have.
Terrific, Mr. Mahoney. Thank you. Commissioners, questions, concerns? Sorry, June.
Yeah, I'm just looking long-term with the retaining wall. You're elevating it and containing that at a higher level. What is the life expectancy of those retaining walls? What do we look at down the road for potential concerns?
Brandon, you want to take that one?
Sure. For the record, Brandon Handfield, professional engineer with the Antic River Consultants. The block wall we're considering here is a big block wall. So there are 2x2 by 4 concrete blocks that have like a broken stone or a split stone face. They're poured products that are manufactured for a long time. I don't have specifics on longevity, but at that mass, I would expect an easy 30 to 50 years. And and the main culprit being typically on any concrete product, salt. So if we drain the water away from the wall and try to limit the amount of salt exposure, we can preserve these walls even longer.
Okay, anyone else? Tim?
Yes, I actually watched the town council presentation to the town council. The presentation to the town council said why this is being done, because it got tested after the fact and found contaminations that didn't know was there, basically. My problem with that is after the fact. Okay. How one question is, how high would this wall be? Okay. If it's 3 feet, 4 foot, whatever it is, okay. That means you're putting some kind of material to build it up 4 feet to cap the area. And that to me changes the whole project, bringing the whole project up 4 feet, whatever it is. Okay. What's the cost or trying to get these PVCs, whatever they are, off this property? If you're coming up 4 feet, what's the cost to go down 4 feet and then cap it? And get that material off site. This is a site that was well known over the years be contaminated. The factory that was there was just dumping stuff in the backyard. I watched it happen. Okay. Before we knew all about these contaminants. But with that said, I look down there now, I go by there, I see piles of dirt there. Okay, that's supposed to be covered. which wind and stuff taking the covers off. And rain's raining and washing, I would say, contaminants down into the drainage systems around there. Big pile where the park is supposed to go. Behind 873. Okay, big pile. The cost of putting a retaining wall in and then capping 4 feet or whatever it is. Okay, that's a big cost right there, like you said. If similar costs or maybe a little bit more can be done to make this safer, digging it down and then cap them. I know you can't dig it far enough down to get all the material out of there. I know that's not gonna happen because I'm sure it's down pretty far. Cause I remember the holes that were there, they got filled in. Okay, it's a big responsibility this town took on without getting the final testing of the ground. And I have a problem with that. Because I know another site in town that the town did the same thing to another Superfund site. That I personally walked out on the property, showed the town planner about, not this town planner. Okay, but they bought the property and now they can't use it. This is the same scenario from back then.
Okay.
Can't use it.
Okay, so let me just see if I can sort of focus in on what your point is. Your point is that this was a contaminated site before, and why are we surprised by it, and why wasn't it dealt with earlier? Is that basically what I'm
Yeah,
hearing?
why do we get a test now after the fact?
Yeah,
So I think I
Okay.
can answer,
all right, Mr. Mahoney is gonna hopefully address your concern.
I'll take a shot at it. So I think, certainly the town knew this was a contaminated site. I think what Tim is talking about is that when we were trying to dispose of the materials off-site, we had to do additional testing for the disposal sites. And there are disposal sites in Connecticut that we went through this whole process of all the alternatives. And actually, there's a new solid waste landfill in West Hartford. The rates are reasonable, it's close. So that was our first choice. So we had to do additional, soil testing of the sites, of the piles. And we did find PCBs in the piles. Again, there's lots of contaminants in the piles. Lots of contaminants in the site. We definitely have to cap the contaminated soil. Tim's right, we probably can't dig down deep enough to ever find the bottom. So that's all given, right? So the problem with the PCBs was just that it makes us go to more expensive disposal sites. So that's one point. Second, so I think, again, the town certainly knew that the property was contaminated when we acquired it. And, if you're asking about the cost estimates, I mean, Brandon can, jump in, but, just on the back of the napkin, I think we're looking at with 1,760 cubic feet, 1.7 tons per cubic foot. And it probably between, the disposal and backfill, et cetera, at least $150 a ton. We're looking at least $500,000 for that option. And we have change order proposals from B&W for $124,000 for this option. So it is quite a cost difference.
Yeah, Jim, do you mind if I shed some light
Sure.
on what we're
Yeah.
doing here?
Yeah.
I just want to quickly share and make sure we're clear on we're not picking the entire site up. And I just want to quickly share a few things here. So this is the plan that was approved in 2023 when the building was reduced in size and we took the parking garage out. So this was the configuration that was approved in 23. I just want to show that so we kind of have a benchmark of where we're looking in this rear parking lot here. This is the plan in front of you. So you can see that the site itself in configuration and connectivity has not changed and will not change substantially. So the parking is generally the same. The building's the same. Even the elevation of the building's the same. So the exercise here, and we were always providing volume under this parking lot right here. We were always providing volume to accept the volume that we expected of contaminated material to go underneath our parking lot, provide a liner, and then build this parking. I think what has happened as we started to excavate is that quantity escalated beyond what capacity we had available. And the quality of that material was difficult to support the parking structure with a minimum cover. So what we did, again, the building itself is generally at the same grade. We did not pick the building up. What we did is we went to the boundaries of our property and looked at how we could increase volume without changing the building or the configuration of that parking. And the reason we submitted the grading plan was to show the retaining wall here. It is a 4-foot high retaining wall, but that's really a function of the block dimensions themselves. So it's 2 blocks high, which is 4 feet, but it will be buried 1 foot below existing grade so that we can align the top of wall. So there is a 3-foot high exposed wall. But the original plan had a 1 foot high to 18-inch high graded embankment along here. So there was a graded embankment along where the wall is. So what we did is we really raised the perimeter grade 18 inches to 2 feet to provide additional capacity under this parking lot. So the building pretty much stays the same. And we raised the perimeter grade. And to do that, what we had to do was add drainage. So again, going back to what I did, is I give you an overlay of what we had. So what we had before was a building that drained to the property line. You can see the blue arrows. And in magenta is our original drainage. So it went from a high point along the building to a low point along the property line. What we're doing is picking up the property line 18 inches to 24 inches and providing more drainage within the parking lot, which allows us to pick the parking lot up and provide the additional volume we need. So we still have adequate connectivity to the driveways that have been constructed. We're not picking the entire site up 4 feet. On average, we're gaining about 12 inches of capacity below the parking lot. So I just want to be clear that, we're not picking the whole site up 4 feet. It's really an exercise of changing the drainage to provide more capacity under the parking lot.
Okay, thank you. Other commissioners, any questions at this time?
Yes.
Tim, going back to you? Okay.
Jim, relative number is 150 whatever thousand. And then $500,000 to take this off site. Did not come up with a figure about raising the drainage and redoing the drainage. So what other costs are there? I mean,
The drainage and the block wall are the 124 that I gave you, both together.
Okay.
I'm going to ask a question if you don't mind. So let me just step back just a little bit to make sure that I understand. So we have dug out the site to lay this geo membrane, and then the contaminated site was on top of that? Or did we put the geomembrane on top of the contaminated soil?
We didn't put down the geomembrane yet. So that's kind of almost the last step. And then we start going up from the geomembrane. But before we could put the geomembrane in, again, we had to Newport had to put in footings and foundations because the membrane is going to be attached to them. And then all those utilities that would be below the membrane had to be installed. So those are the things that are done. And it's kind of, now it's like the end of the line and we're at the last step.
Okay. And you said the drainage, because obviously you're raising the parking lot, so to speak. So the drainage is going to be caught how? Is it going to be at the low end or the higher end of the parking lot where the retaining wall is?
Brandon?
Sure. All right.
And maybe a good idea to share your screen again to describe the
No
drainage.
problem. So again, what we had before was it draining to the property line. So this in magenta here, where the arrows are pointing, was our
Yeah.
drainage at the property line. So that was the low point. What we are doing now is, see if I can do it, is creating basically a high point. It's not a high point, but a ridge right here. And now we're draining to the catch basins that are intermediate to that point here and here. So by putting in this ridge line, and adding some drainage, we're able to take away a long slope, a long gradual slope, and put in smaller depressions. So, it's basically a function of creating a rectangle instead of a triangle. So, instead of these long slopes all the way to the property line, we're able to put in small depressions with more drainage that keeps the entire parking lot low point higher. So it's really just taking away those long slopes that allowed us to gain the volume. So we still have plenty of drainage. We actually have more drainage catch points, but the same net parking area. So there's no increase in runoff. We have adequate drainage. We just had to add structures so we don't have those long slopes that reduce the ability to handle volume underneath.
I'm going to ask the obvious question. I think Mr. Zigmont sort of touched on this earlier, is why didn't we see this coming?
I can speak for the plan we originally designed. Again, we provided about 12 to 18 inches of capacity underneath the proposed grade, knowing that there would be a certain amount of fill, and I think it was around 600 or 700 yards that we had to take from the foundation area and put underneath our pavement. That's what we projected, and that's what the parking lot was designed for with the environmental company. I think, and I wasn't on site, but as they got into the excavation of the building itself, more unsuitable or unforeseen areas were encountered, resulting in even more fill that had to be retained on site. And that escalated by about 1,100 yards, and now we're at 1,760. So we planned on a certain amount, and as they got into the excavation, you can't test every square inch. They found more material that had to be retained or disposed of properly. And our exercise was to try to value engineer and continue to retain that soil on site, and that's what we've done.
So we're actually kind of in a pickle because we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, where I think that's where we're going anyway. Is that if we do not agree to this plan, then the plan is for you to go $500,000 into debt on the project, or additional costs to the project. And we don't even know if that's going to really cover it anyway, because as you say, every time you start digging, something else sort of percolates to the top. So this may not be the end of it. And you still have 2 more buildings to put up there, correct? Yeah. And that's the housing building, which also, because that would be for the housing, correct?
That's
That
correct.
building that's left,
52
yeah.
units, mixed income.
So I think we'd have to be cautious as a commission if we were to approve this, I think it would be to our benefit to make sure that on the Mylar, it would be stated that we would be not held liable. Or, yes, thank you. I was looking for that term. Especially since housing is now going to get involved.
Well, so I just want to clarify that from the beginning, this was a contaminated site that was getting capped. The contaminants were staying on the site. And it's a matter of, as they went, and again, they can correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not the engineering or that guy. But as far as expertise goes, but housing was always proposed to be over this portion of the property, which was the factory, which is the primary brownfield site that was part of the mixed use project. So I'm confident, although Jim, I'm sure, and we can add notes, or requested notes be added regardless. But I think in all the agreements and documents that have been filed and that go with the brownfield remediation, et cetera, I'm sure they've been reviewed by Corporation Council. That would be my,
Yeah, I would insist on that.
Yeah, everything's been reviewed by Corporation Council.
Okay.
And in moving toward the closing with Newport, we've also retained environmental counsel, Michael Miller of Wigan and Dana. He also worked with us on the settlement agreement at that time. And so we're trying to obviously engage the proper expertise in this process. The town is providing Newport environmental indemnification. The town is the responsible party, is doing the cleanup. So that is the structure of the deal. But we have a licensed environmental professional from Lorero, LEP. It's a LEP-led site. We have engineer control variances from DEEP, from Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. We got an engineer control variance. We've modified that, so we have an amendment to that. And we have placed this site into what's called the Brownfields Remediation and Revitalization Program. It's called the BRRP, which provides third-party indemnification for the town. If as long as we follow the process with DEP. So in which we are, as far as groundwater, that's the other issue. And we've done offsite groundwater monitoring. We've recorded an environmental land use restriction on 861 Farmington Avenue. We have a plan, we have a remedial action plan, and we're following it, and we've got, the expertise on board advising the town as to how to proceed in this matter.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pony. Any further questions? Yes, Tim?
Yeah,
And then we'll move on.
just a couple things. We discussed this parking lot before with the neighboring properties. And there was an easement or whatever across the property. Now, if I remember correctly on that, and I don't know if I do, there was a shared parking thing too. And now we're putting a wall there, so it's not gonna be shared parking. So do we have to negotiate with the neighbors again?
so Brandon could probably more technically answer, but there was no connectivity between this parking lot,
Okay.
that southerly edge of this parking lot and 861 and 873, which are the two properties immediately to the south. There was no connectivity there. There is an easement on to 55 that allows for the parking lot for 861 and 873 to encroach a bit on 255 Steel. However, the connections, and maybe Brandon can show us on the screen, but the connections to the lots are up I would say the roadway to the west of Hop House and out to Steel Boulevard and all that. There is some, I think, expectation that some parking in the parking lot is for residents. I don't recall that that percentages, but that parking in there was gonna be focused towards the residents. However, the parking along the boulevard and the parking along the roadway to the west of the two buildings that are already there, the one with Hop House, that's all public parking that was part of the shared parking agreements, as well as over across Steel Boulevard at Penn Steel, I want to say the number is.
Okay. Anyone else looking to my left? Questions, comments, concerns? Okay. What's the pleasure of the commission?
I'll make a motion to approve the request of Newport Realty and Town of Berlin for modifications to previously approved plan to install a retaining wall and raise the grade in the parking lots to retain impacted fill on site under the proposed geomembrane liner.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, second, Mr. Dyken. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Hey,
Those opposed?
nay,
Nay. So. A nay, okay. So we have two nays. We have Mr. Zigmont and Mr. Hamel are opposed. And in favor is Ms. Daly, Ms. Shorsey, myself, Ms. Millard, and Mr. Dyken.
Correct.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
No problem. All right, thank you all. Moving on to the public hearings.
you.
Motion carries.
Oh, the motion carries.
For the
Okay,
record.
to make it finalized, sorry.
That's okay.
I forget myself sometimes.
5-2.
Okay, public hearings. Proposed. We have the call to the public hearings. All right, go for it, Diane.
Town of Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission notice of public hearings. The Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission will hold public hearings at a regular meeting on Thursday, April 3rd, 2025 at 7 p.m. in the Town Council Chambers, Berlin Town Hall, 240 Kensington Road, Berlin, Connecticut. Interested parties may join the meeting and participate in public hearings in person or remotely as provided below. Special permit with site plan application of Sal Morello for the construction of 9 one-story metal Butler-style buildings at 04 Rod Road, property of JSJ Berlin Development LLC in the PI zone. Special permit with site plan application of Aaron Greenblatt, Vesta Corporation, and Joseph Megani, or O'Riordan Megani Architects LLC for the construction of elderly housing at 143 Percival Avenue, property of the Town of Berlin in the R11 zone. Special permit application of David Barbagallo for an accessory dwelling unit, ADU, at 265 Lincoln Street in the R15 zone. Applications and related meeting materials are available at the Planning and Zoning Department, Berlin Town Hall, 240 Kensington Road, Berlin, Connecticut. Remote access to this meeting is available by Zoom video conference, and the link is provided. And this is dated the 19th of May, March 2025 at Berlin, Connecticut. Brian Rogan, Secretary, Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission. This was run in the New Britain Herald Legal Notices Classified Advertising on Friday, March 21st and Friday, March 28th, 2025, and posted with the Berlin Town Clerk on Wednesday, March 19th.
Thank you, Diane. Item A is the proposed text amendment and related map of FHI Studio at the direction of the Berlin Economic Development Commission and Planning and Zoning Commission to amend the Berlin zoning regulations related to commercial zoning in the BT1 and related amendments, 2B definitions and 6J and 8I, and 5 bulk table requirements, and to the 6H BT2 and related amendments to 2B definitions and 6J and 8 1V bulk table requirements. Now are we going to make a motion to combine those two?
So they're already BT1 and BT2. You already opened the public hearing as a combined item for the BT1 and 2.
Okay, just want to make sure it's still, we're looking at that as combined. Okay, so let's address that first. And I just want to go back Anyone have any questions or this is an open discussion that we started. This is a public hearing.
Madam Chair, we're
Yes.
picking up the BT one and related amendments.
BT one
One,
and BT two
two.
are a combined
I-
public hearing.
I wanted to point out that it looks like Steve Biella is seated for
Okay,
BT one and related, and we're both seated for BT two. I don't know if that matters for purposes of combining them. I don't know if it matters. I'm just noting what it says on the agenda.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that was
I was here for the
Typo.
last,
because I thought I could.
I know you had mentioned that Steve was on some of these and I was not, so I just wondered if it's a typo. I think I was here for every.
No,
Take it.
actually, I made it all in one. So if you follow on the top of the next, on the top of page two,
Mhm.
two seated for one and two,
Oh, okay. All right, thanks.
one and two.
I
And then the
apologize.
next one down is the SPDD, where we have Steve listed.
Okay.
I
And
don't
we have
really
yourself
know why
listed.
that is.
Okay.
Because.
Okay.
Maybe you call it all the hearings. Or is that in there?
okay, so
One
just
thing.
as- just-
He was.
Yeah.
I missed one a couple of weeks ago, so
Yeah.
maybe that's what I'm thinking.
okay, so the first
was-
item, the combined 1 and 2, Mr. Biella will be seated.
Okay,
And then on the next one, you would be seated.
yeah.
He's on
Scott
that
wasn't
one,
here.
so-
Yeah, I mean,
Because-
Steve can do both of them. I don't really care.
But wait a minute, and Scott was not here.
Scott was,
All right, so Steve Biella is gonna be seated for item 1 and 2. Then for item 3,
What we didn't do was, we listed who was present, but not who was seated. Is what
Okay.
ended up happening.
oh,
but anyone who was here,
Present.
I see.
I've been trying, that's not
that's not a problem. We're still gonna go with Steve Biella for 1 and 2.
Correct.
And then for 3, we can actually have both of you because Mr. Hamill wasn't here.
Right.
And Michael
Chick.
was seated for those items.
And but, yeah,
He's
no,
longer
with the
with
commission, yes. Okay. All right. So let's get that far before I get confused
Right,
again.
thank you.
Okay, not a problem. All right, so let's go back to BT 1, BT 2, and Steve Biella is seated, confirming. All right, so let's, commissioners, what do we think?
Do you want
These are
to
the-
take it On myself or.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, go right ahead.
Take it, Francisco, or do you want me to? I don't know if you can hear me. I didn't have my speaker on. You want me to recap or do you want to recap? I'll do it. You're on mute.
I'm happy to get us started and then Maureen, feel free. And this material, Francisco Gomes with FHI Studio for the record. These recommended amendments, I think, are all very familiar to you now. You've had an opportunity to take a look at them prior to us bringing them to the public hearing. And of course, over the course of your last meeting, continuing into this one as well. As a reminder, all of these recommended amendments are intended to update the zoning to better respond to current market conditions and the realities of what your economic development department is seeing with respect to requests for and demand for property in these commercial zones. We talked at length about the BT1 and the BT2 last month. We talked also about the SPDD and the overlays very briefly, and we briefly talked about the Kensington core area too as well. At this point, I'm happy to turn it back over to the commission because I've already walked you through these in some detail to orient you. And at this point, I'm happy to respond to any questions and provide additional information as needed, but I'll turn it back over to you.
I do have one question. Every time you zoom in, it's always bright and sunny in the background. I just want to know where are you? Are you in Arizona?
I wish, through the magic of a virtual background, I am in my home office.
Yeah, all righty. Well, I just had to throw that out there to break the ice. Okay, Commissioner,
Yeah.
let's begin.
Thank you, Joe.
There, I know there's sun on his forehead. I know it's usually probably a track light. Is that a question? All right, questions, concerns. All right, a couple things that caught my attention. I saw it's still kind of sticking my craw. And I think it's because, and I'm looking at the BT1 zone right now. And I guess item 5 on the first page, I hope this is the right one. First page, item 5, we're talking about reducing the front yard from 50 down to 25. We're also reducing the lot size from 2 acres to 1 acre. I'm not sure that I know what the logic of the minimum lot size from 2 acres down to 1 acre. I just question that. The other thing that I have issue with is, I don't know, the whole idea of car washes. And I've been doing a lot of traveling lately, and I've been looking at different car washes, and some of them are like, oh, those are nice, and some of them are, oh my God. So I guess when I'm looking at the car washes, they're talking about going down from 2 acres to 1.4. Maybe we should look at car washes of 2 acres down to 1.5. These are the things that are they just sort of caught my attention, and I still can't get over them. But anyway, anyone else? What?
All the information's been discussed in the
Yeah,
public hearings already.
yeah.
So,
Speaking.
all the discussions, that items and stuff were discussed in the public hearing now. And so I make a motion to close the public hearing for 1 and 2. So we can at least go to deliberations
fine.
on those, while between the commission.
If that's your motion,
That make a motion to close item 1 and 2,
okay, we have a motion
public hearing.
for item 1 and 2 to be closed. And do we have a second?
I would offer a second, except that I thought that part of the reason we left it open was to take testimony this evening before we close, which if we, maybe just offer.
Yeah, okay. Will you withdraw your motion?
Just
Okay,
off the
fine.
public, yeah.
Okay, so, all right, not a problem. We're all doing fine. Is there anyone from the public, either online or here, that wishes to address the commission regarding these changes? Yes.
I was just going to mention the fact that I think 1.5 acres instead of 1 and 1.5 acres instead of 1.4 for car wash were very amenable and very reasonable if the commission is willing to go in that direction with those, not all the way down to 1, not all the way down to 1.4. I just wanted to mention that.
So you think that 1.5 is okay?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
very welcome. Thank you.
Identify yourself.
And Mr., you want to just quickly identify?
yourself for the record.
Chris Edge, 240 Kensington Road.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else from the public who wishes to address the commission? Yes, sir. I just asked you to. Item 3, we haven't gotten there yet. Well, you're up next, so hold that thought. Anyone else on item 1 and 2? Okay, so now a
I'll
motion.
make a motion to close item 1 and 2.
You're sure he was looking for?
Oh.
to be on the agenda? I don't know. who
I don't
it's
know.
for.
Oh, I don't know
just
the
wanna make
gentleman.
sure, Because you
Oh.
talked about that last one being item number 5 in the BT1 zone. I want to make sure he wasn't going to talk about lumber yards.
Okay, sir, to the back of the room, were you going to talk about lumber yards for some reason? No?
Okay.
And so you were
Just
looking,
wanted to make sure.
okay, all right. All right, thank you. Okay, so,
1 and 2 were combined, so I'd make a motion to close the 1 and 2 to be put onto deliberations.
okay, we have a motion to close by Mr. Zigmont. Do we have a second?
A second.
Second by Ms. Jorsey. Further discussion? Then all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Those opposed, so moved. All right, yeah, so Mr. Biella was voting on that. All right, so now to number 3, and that is 6C SPDD and related amendments to 2B, definitions and 6J, excuse me, and 8I, 5 bulk table requirements. And, all right, so Mr. Biella and Mr. Dyken are both seated. Mr. Hamel is not. Okay. So do you want to give a little top off on the related amendments on this? Francisco? Mr. Sunshine? Mr.
Yeah,
Arizona?
thank you, John. I'm happy to. The SPDD, which is the zone that covers the hilltop or golden triangle, whatever you'd like to refer to the area as. That zoning's been in place for a long time. What we've seen is that it has not been very successful in supporting any sort of substantial development of the properties within the zone. Additionally, the zone's accompanied by 2 overlay districts, the SPDD overlay and the SPDD2, that really intended to accommodate spillover development from the SPDD. The SPDD overlay is on Middletown Road, otherwise residential road, and it covers properties that are either exclusively residential or entirely consumed by wetlands. Therefore, it really would be ineffective in supporting any kind of development. Simply any commercial development it's in the past has not been supported by the residents of that road. And of course, the wetland sites are for the most part unbuildable. Across the street is the SPDD 2 overlay. It's an overlay of the BT1 and BT2, much of it's BT1. The underlying zoning regulations for the BT1, BT2, particularly if we move forward with the changes that we've discussed, are very effective in supporting the type of business development that's desirable on the Berlin Turnpike. And the overlay adds very little value. So this proposal includes eliminating the overlays because they're unproductive. They add complexity and potentially confusion to the zoning regulations. And to add flexibility to the SPDD to allow for essentially close to double the range of commercial and mixed uses that are allowed on that property, to reduce some of the permit requirements from a special permit to a site plan approval, and also to lessen or reduce some of the bulk area height standards, also to provide a little more flexibility for development of the property. And we think that combination of updates to the zoning will hopefully be supportive of some development that's at the site that's beneficial to the property owners and to the town as well. And that's the purpose of our work and the extent of it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes,
Clarified them.
you got it. Mic up.
Okay. I'm just trying to clarify, 3 is SPDD on related amendments. 5 is the SPDD overlay and the SPDD2 overlay. So we have it placed in 2 different spots here, and he talked about the overlays on 5, only talking about 3, so I don't know what it is, but you know, I mean, they're separated on our agenda.
For context, if I may, Mr. Zygmunt, for context, I think it's important to think of both of these, both 3, item 3 and 5, as together as really one set of changes that should be considered wholesale together. While they can be broken up, you could decide to move forward with one and not the other. We're really looking at this entire area in all 3 of those zones.
And I can make a motion then to combine 3 and 5, like we did 1 and 2, and then put them together, and then it takes both matters at the same time,
Okay,
because it is the same location.
I'll second to combine item 3 and 5. Can we?
if we've,
I guess you can, as far as the rest of the discussion goes. I would guess that. But again, it's a guess, but I don't think that would be the
Uh,
problem. You're discussing them together, the conversations are going to be intermingled. So
yeah, perhaps, and when it comes to the motion,
I'm-
the
I'm-
motion
it
should
would
be
two separate
separately on
motions.
each item.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
All right, so we have the motion to combine just for the sake of the public hearing and discussion.
well, if it would be discussion by our
And then we'll separate them at the, if we decide after deliberations to,
again, okay,
yeah. So,
Okay.
but for now, this way we tackle both items.
Okay.
And
This is the public.
just for the purpose of the public hearing. So that's fine with your second,
Yep.
Ms. Jorsy?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Further discussion on that? All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? So moved. Okay, so we're gonna combine them. All right. You know, it's a tough piece of property because it's been kicked around so many times and it's had so many proposals, or at least thoughts in the wind about it. You know, I could entertain the special, the SPDD overlays being sunsetted, but I really think that the special permit application contingency should remain. I think that will help us out. It's a good counterbalance, I think, and would still help us out in that area for future development. I think it would also be respectful for the people who may be impacted on Weathersfield Road or Middletown Road. And even on the Worthington Ridge line that would have a view of that, you know, Golden Triangle or Hilltop or whatever we're calling it these days. So that would be my request, is that this special permit would remain. I don't know, the computer keeps talking to itself, but it's okay. Anyone else have any thoughts on that? Yeah, oh, Mr. Dyken, sorry.
Trying to pull up your materials, Francisco, but I'm having trouble with my new tablet here. You mentioned, or you brought up about the flexibility for the projects. Can you just summarize what you mean by that again? Are you talking about reducing setback requirements? What are you referring to there?
Yeah, I'm happy to respond to that. First, let me state that the commission currently has the authority to modify all those standards, all those site standards. And we retain that authority to modify that. We put a limit on how low you can go with respect to a minimum lot size. Right now, it's not stipulated. Presumably, instead of requiring a 10-acre minimum, which the regulations currently require, you could allow 1 acre, because you are provided with that authority through section 6J 11. So when we talk about adding flexibility, we're really talking about reducing some of the setback, as you suggest, some of the setback requirements. They are for front, side, and rear yards. Right now, the setback requirements are set to 100 feet. And this is much related to our discussion about the BT1 and the BT2. The most developable parts of this property are along the Berlin Turnpike and as close to the Berlin Turnpike as possible. That's the flattest part of the property. And we had discussed how the right-of-way for the Berlin Turnpike is very wide. So the state's property extends well beyond the edge of the roadway itself and into what otherwise appears to be private property. If you add a substantial setback on top of that, 100 feet, you're rendering much of the site really unbuildable for any improvements other than parking, perhaps. And so we think it's wise, given the width of the right-of-way in the Berlin Turnpike, to reduce those setbacks from 100 feet to 50 feet and setbacks all around from 100 to 50 feet. The site is bordered on the north and to some extent on the east by Route 9. And while it does have some residential properties that abut on the south side, there are a lot of wetlands and other topographic separations between the properties within the zone itself and those surrounding properties. So given the context, the 100-foot setback is excessive, so we recommended reducing that to 50 feet. We've recommended reducing the minimum lot width from 400 to 200. And also allowing lots as small as 5 acres, and the minimum lot size requirement is 10 acres, but allowing lots as small as 5 acres to be developed independently if they are part of a larger master plan project. And so that's the language that we've recommended adding. And so it does set a lower limit to which you can modify these standards. Okay, now I hope that answered your question.
It did. I'm looking for, and it may not have been dealing with amending the SPDD. Is there any changes to the minimum setback from a residential property?
No, you have setback requirements from existing residential zones already, and we're not proposing changing those.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions from the commission? Before we go to the public? Okay, anyone from the public who wishes to address the commission? Now would be the time to state your name and address, and we'll hear your thoughts.
Item 3, go ahead.
Item 3.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Frank Amodio Senior, 130 West Main Street, New Britain. I'm with Amodio and Company Commercial Investment Real Estate. I have 50 years of experience in commercial real estate, with the goal of being to develop the SPDD zone Triangle Hilltop property. It's important to know what type of commercial real estate is currently in demand that developers would build there today. The site would lend itself well to multiple property types because the site consists of 2 distinct pads. The west pad is 16.4 acres and sits above the turnpike and close to the Route 9 on-ramp. The other side of the hilltop, the east pad, is 13.8 acres and is well back away from Middletown Road. The remainder of the 117 acres is wet or steep grade. They've completed the following survey of demand for various commercial real estate types in Berlin. Multifamily, residential, or mixed use with retail office. There is continuous demand for high-image, market-rate apartments with the most amenities. Demand is from young adults, older adults, and others. Currently, only 3 apartment vacancies are listed on the MLS in Berlin. In addition to market rate, assisted living, affordable, continuing care, memory care, and 55+ continue to be in demand, and only 5 condos are currently available for purchase in Berlin. Light industrial research and development, there's a strong demand for high-image, corporate design properties. Case in point, we recently listed 119 White Oak, 20,000 square feet on 5 acres, produced multiple offers and 38 interested parties. These are 38 companies that could have located in Berlin if there were other buildings available. Flex space buildings, good demand for high-image corporate office front entrances, drive-in doors, and docks and rears. There are multiple buildings with smaller individual units from 2,500 square feet to 6,000 square feet each. They are hard to find and in demand. Great example is 425 Hayden Station Road in Windsor. Malls. Enfield, Meriden, Waterford, and Waterbury are all distressed malls with overwhelming vacancies. Milford's Connecticut Post Mall plans to build up to 750 apartments. The Westbrook Outlets suffer from multiple vacancies, and a multifamily developer plans to invest $425 million to demolish and build apartments, townhomes, and entertainment spaces. Retail, including strips and standalone. There are currently 18 retail vacancies being marketed in Berlin, totaling 98,875 square feet. Of these, 24,200 square feet is on the Berlin Turnpike. Office, currently 40% of the office space in Hartford County market is empty. Our recommendation is that zoning would allow for mixed use in the SPDD area consisting of multifamily, light industrial research and development, and flex space, among other uses recommended by FHI Studio. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to address the commission at this time? Now would be the opportunity. No? Okay. Commission. Close it.
I'll make a motion to close items 3 and 5 on the agenda for discussion on the SPDD and SPDD overlay and SPDD2 overlay.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Zigma. Do we have any further discussion? Then all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? So moved. All right, now we're going back to the item which is earmarked as 4, which is 8F CCD2, Kensington Village overlay and related amendments to the 2B definitions and 6J and 8I 5 bulk table requirements. And here we still have Mr. Biella and Mr. Dyken seated. And Mr. Hamel is excused. Okay. All right. All right, so the Kensington overlay, that's the next item. And go ahead, Francisco, do you want to just give us a warm up to this?
Happy to. Our
Mhm.
recommended changes are very straightforward. And we've discussed them at length. If you'll recall, several months ago, I gave a presentation regarding density in village centers in these types of environments, and how density is really critical to village centers being vibrant places. And so it's very fortunate that you've had the success that you've had with Steel Center, and that will, support the businesses that are in the village center now, and it builds upon the commuter rail transit that you currently have. Our proposal is to support more of that type of development by increasing the permitted density of the Village Core 2 area from its current limit of 7 units per acre, which had been 6. You as commission increased it to 7, contingent upon 20% being affordable housing. Increasing it from 7 to 12 across the street, Village Core Area 1, you allow a maximum density of 26 units per acre. 12 units per acre is very typical of what we see in this type of environment. And we've also recommended allowing for prorating of acreage, not requiring a full acre in order to increase the density, but allowing for that density to be increased on a scale that's proportionate to the acre size. Thereby, if you had 1.9 acres, you could develop whatever 1.9 acres may afford. By example, under your current regulations, you're limited to 7 units per acre per full acre, which means at 1.9 acres, you could only build 7 units. If you remove the prohibition on that prorating, at 1.9 acres, you could build 13 units per acre. So it's proportional to the size of the property. That's the extent of the changes we've recommended, increasing from 7 to 12 for maximum density, and allowing prorating based upon the exact acreage, so that development is proportional to the size of the property and not an arbitrary whole number. And with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Anyone from the commission have anything to open? Okay, so I'm going to turn to the public and ask them if you have anything to say about this item before us. Is there any input either for or against? Okay, hearing none. Back to the commission. Anything?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd just like to go back to the last meeting that we had where Commissioner Rogan had made his comment when this came up, and he pretty much put it out there the way it is that anybody driving down Farmington Avenue on any given day when Route 9 has an issue, it's a parking lot. I feel that going to 12 units is not a good idea. I am not in favor of this.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who has any comments? Okay. We're in a public hearing, so no one from the public wishes to address us. So what's the notion for the motion?
Yep, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing on CCD2 Kensington Village overlay.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Zigmont. Further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, so moved. All right, next up is the special permit with a site plan application of Sal Morello for the construction of 9 one-story metal butler style buildings at 04 Rod Road. It's the property of JSJ Berlin Development LLC in the PI zone. Okay. Do we have anyone here for the applicant or maybe not? Okay. Oh, okay. Take your time.
No, we don't. Oh, no, we don't. Both.
Can't do both, but you know what, you can just, if you just lay it out there, if we have something, do we have anything to put up on do we have any plans to put up
We
there?
have the plans,
Yeah.
right, to match what you have,
Yeah.
so we can bring them up if you want.
Hmm?
Yeah, so you may have to tell us to switch pages
Oh, yeah, you can.
really, but.
Okay,
and
wait,
give us a break
housekeeping,
on timing.
housekeeping. Okay, housekeeping. Housekeeping, so Mr. Hamel can be reseated
Yes.
and,
Brand new item.
I don't know, Mr. Dyken,
Thank you.
continue.
Enthusiasm.
Well, no, I mean, I'm sitting there and
That's
just,
fine.
I'm trying to be even to both of you, but Steve signaled he felt comfortable with you.
I'll take it for now, but.
You want the responsibility.
You know.
I know. Well, he's making an appearance, so that's why
I know.
it's just killing me here. You're slaying me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know.
Who's seated?
Mr. Dyken is seated.
Okay.
And Mr. Hamel is seated,
Right, straight across.
straight across. Mr. Hamel is back in action. He was chomping at the bit. Yes, hi, I'm sorry, we're here for you. Oh, I apologize. All right, so who are you?
For the record, Luke Sofair, I'm a professional engineer with John Paul Garcia and Associates,
Okay,
190 Fairwood Road, Bethel, Connecticut.
all right, thank you.
I'm here on behalf of the applicant, JSJ Berlin Development. The subject property is 04 Rod Road. It is on the corner of
Yeah, that microphone's a little difficult, so.
So the subject property is on the corner of 4 Rod Road and Norton Road. Bordered by Norton Road to the north, 4 Rod Road to the east, other industrial property to the south, and the railroad tracks to the west. So moving to sheet C100, which is the existing conditions plan. The property is currently 8.4 acres of vacant land, currently cleared. It's in use pretty much as a hayfield in the PI zone. Relatively flat, sloping from a high point at the northwest corner of the property by Norton Road, down towards a wetland system along the southeast corner of the property along 4 Rod Road. Again, 8.4 acres, currently undeveloped in the PI zone. To the south is another industrial property that this property was created off of. To the west are railroad tracks, and to the east and south are residential properties along 4 Rod and Norton Road. Moving to sheet C101, which is the site layout plan. You can see the intent is to develop a contractor's yard development, which is why this is a special permit application. Yeah, if we go to sheet C101. Correct, yeah, the site layout, yep. So what is being proposed is a contractor's yard development consisting of 9 separate one-story prefabricated metal Butler buildings. 8 of the buildings will be subdividable into units for rental by contractors. One of the buildings along the west of the property will be a smaller maintenance building. The 8 potential condo rental buildings will be subdividable into up to 58 units, with flexibility if a certain client wanted multiple bays or an entire building. There's flexibility for that, but a maximum of 58 units could potentially be accommodated, with rental sizes of the bays ranging from 1,200 square feet up to 2,500 square feet. Just reading from the narrative that was submitted, some of the intended contractor that may rent or lease or purchase bays here would be plumbing, electrical, HVAC, carpentry, manufacturing, printing, and more. Each of the 58 bays has been provided with a full-size garage door to allow access to the inside, as well as parking of equipment, work trucks, etc. inside. Each bay has been designed with a loading space in front, as well as there is a total of 157 parking spaces that have been proposed, which works out to 1 space for every 528 square foot of gross floor area, or approximately 2.7 spaces per bay, which exceeds the anticipated demand for workers and visitors. Parking for this zone and the PI zone is up to the commission to determine the requirements. So we have proposed what we think is consistent with other properties in town and other developments of a similar type. But if the commission has any questions or requests about parking, that can obviously be discussed. In terms of site layout, there are 2 driveways that are proposed for points of access, one off of Norton Road, one off of Four Rod Road. Throughout the site, 24-foot wide driveways have been proposed. The site's been designed for the SU-30 design vehicle, which is a box truck. There is not any intent of having semi-trucks, full-length tractor trailers through the property. They'd be incapable of making the turns here. So it would be box trucks, work trucks for contractors, as well as we've ensured that the fire department's largest vehicle would be able to make the turns here, and the turning templates for those are shown. All of the driveways are going to be paved bituminous with a slightly higher standard of driveway than would typically be used for a typical, residential development, considering the fact that there would be commercial vehicles here. Moving on to sheet C102, which is grading and drainage plan. We've included an extensive stormwater management system as required under the zoning regulations. The runoff in the driveways will be captured through a standard catch basin and pipe system. All the buildings will be designed with gutters to capture roof runoff, which will then also be tied into this main stormwater system. We've included 3 separate underground storm detention gallery systems to treat building roof runoff, as well as 2 rain gardens, one along the northeast corner of the property, one along the northwest, one along the southeast corner. Again, for some pre-treatment, trying to maximize the amount of infiltration on the property. After all the pre-treatment, the remaining runoff will be routed to a main detention basin on the east corner of the property, southeast corner, near Four Rod Road. The detention basin has been designed, and all the uphill, upstream stormwater management stuff has been designed. So for all storms up to and including the 100-year storm, the post-development peak flow rate and the post-development volume are below the pre-development. And we've submitted a stormwater management report to the town for review as well. We've not seen comments back on that yet. We did receive approval from the Inland Wetlands Commission for work in the upland review area, which is for the detention basin. The detention basin has an outlet control structure, which, as I said, attenuates the discharges, will ultimately discharge down towards the wetlands system, which is where the current storm drainage from Four Rod Road discharges as well. From a grading perspective, the 8 smaller buildings, plus the maintenance building, have allowed us to follow the natural slope of the property better than one larger building would have. And as well, you know, the site flow with the smaller buildings made the grading much simpler. Moving to sheet C103, which is site utilities. All utilities servicing the buildings will be underground, including water to each building, fire lines to each building, depending on the use of the building. Every building is having fire laterals installed to them. Depending on the proposed use of each individual building bay, it will be determined with the building official if they need to be sprinklered in accordance with the use. But laterals are being installed to each building. Underground electrical, including underground electrical infrastructure to 2 separate locations for electrical vehicle charging, which is in accordance with the state statute. The sanitary sewer for each building will be collected and tied into the existing sanitary sewer system in Norton Road. That includes a section of gravity sewer. So these 4 buildings are able to be gravity drained. These buildings up here, there's not enough pitch to gravity drain, so they'll drain to a pump chamber, which will then have a pump line out to the road as well. Again, this is an industrial zone property. All of the infrastructure that would be required for an industrial zone property are in the street, and we're tying into all existing town infrastructure. Sheet C104 is an erosion and sedimentation control plan. We won't touch too much on this. The Wetlands Commission had a lot of interest in this, but generally the downhill side of all proposed land disturbance will receive erosion control barrier to protect the road, downhill property owners, et cetera. Specifically along the area of the detention basin along the wetlands, there's a double layer, which is a hay bale backed silt fence to make sure that that area receives no additional runoff as part of the construction process. The intent during construction is only to use the Four Rod Road entrance, where we'd have an anti-tracking apron to prevent trucks and other vehicles leaving and entering the site from tracking anything into the street. Sheet C105 is a site landscaping plan in accordance with the PI zone and the zoning regulations. We've included buffer areas along the northern property line and along Four Rod Road where it would be in view of residential properties. The area of the wetlands are not being disturbed, so the existing reeds there will be kept as is, which will provide natural shielding. And the buffer yard has been designed in accordance with the zoning regulations. As well, in the interior parking lots, we've included plantings and overall have tried to preserve as much green space as possible. C105 is correct. I'm not sure why those are all there. Those weren't on the ones we submitted. I'm not sure why that. Can I take a closer look? What is it? It's the same PDF that I printed. I'm not sure.
Like if I go to the comment, no option to get rid of.
Those are not all. See a lot of trees. You like the tree in the middle of the building?
Oh, I've never had that thought.
Somebody stole them. Yeah.
I get rid of my.
It's like it's reading the AutoCAD.
Mind bearing with us for a
No,
moment?
no worries. If you need to go to somewhere else, it's not an issue. I want to make sure everyone can see what we're talking about.
I just don't know that we have it in a different. It's the Dropbox, right?
Why?
Well, he's not finished with his presentation. Yeah, he's on the page he's at. Okay, go ahead, Jim.
Just out of curiosity on the wet corner, bottom left, as we view it there, which direction does it run? Off to the industrial or off to the right where the homes are?
It runs off street to the, off site to the south.
To the what?
To the south, to the left of the page.
And that's industrial off to the left? Okay,
Correct.
thanks.
Yep, so the storm drainage from Norton Road and Four Rod Road drains down to the corner and then drains out here, and there's a flared end where it discharges, and then the wetland system drains off-site to the south.
Okay, and I think Mr. Hamel had a quick question as well.
Yes.
What's going
My
on?
question is, you said the discharge was gonna be tied into the main, what, on Four Rod?
No, it will discharge in the direction of this wetland system, which is the same area where the storm from Four Rod discharges.
So, but I thought you said you were tying into something.
For sanitary, we're tying it. For storm, it's discharging just to a scour hole on site from the discharge. So the existing storm sewer from Four Rod and Norton discharges here as well. So it comes down Norton Road. The storm drainage is here. We mapped all this as part of our survey, and then drains down here and discharges to the wetlands right here. So if we were to tie in to catch basin or any sort of pipe by manhole here, at the end of the day, the water would end up at the same place anyway.
Okay.
So we're bypassing all of that and discharging to the same spot.
So then my other question is, I'm looking at these documents. And is this, realistically, is this just storage sheds?
No. No.
I mean, that's, to me, I'm just being honest with you, that's what it looks like to me. I know there's a water issue there because I live close by. And let me tell you, we get flooded down at Willard, and I mean, obviously you guys did a study on this, and a concern of mine is just that water, where that water is going, what this is gonna look like. I mean, and I look at that piece of property every day. I drive by there 3 times a day, 4 times a day, and I can't visualize all this on that property. You know, and
No, if I can, I'd like to finish the presentation.
Yeah.
Then you can field any questions.
Yep.
But just to address the concerns about stormwater, I know that's obviously with any sort of development, that's obviously one of people's first and foremost concerns. And like I said, we did submit the stormwater management report. It was reviewed as part of the wetlands process. My understanding is the town engineer's reviewing it as part of the planning and zoning process, showing that for every storm event up to and including the 100-year storm, the volume of water leaving the site and the peak flow rate leaving the site are below the pre-development values, considering everything we're installing on site. That looks better. Next sheet, 105, please. Okay, so for landscaping, again, we've had buffer yards installed along the residential facing sides of the street, and interior landscaping for the parking lots. As well, we've tried to preserve as much green space on the property as possible. The maximum impervious coverage for this zone is 60%. We are at 52%, so we're over 7% below what would theoretically be maximum allowed. Again, for stormwater concerns and for general site appearance and site landscaping and such, it is below the maximum allowable impervious coverage. And then sheet C106 through C110 are details. I don't know if people want me to go through details. Okay.
Presentation.
I won't spend too much time on here. This is a detail of that main detention basin. So as you can see, the water comes in from the catch basin here where all the other storm drainage ties into. Discharges down into the main detention basin. The sediment forebay has been designed to stop suspended solids and sediment. The outlet control structure here has been designed with multiple orifices and pipes and culverts to, again, attenuate the runoff leaving the site to control peak flow rates and such. And it will discharge down here to a scour hole where it will drain where all the other runoff from Four Rod Road drains to. Sheet C107 is details for the underground gallery systems, which are the ones that are being used to pre-treat roof runoff. These are 36-inch HDPE perforated pipes that are perforated on all sides. The water connects into there from the roof leaders and will percolate off into the ground as well. There's outlet control structures from there. So for the larger storm events that the infiltrators cannot keep up, it will go downstream and then eventually be treated in the detention basin. And sheet C108 is details for the rain gardens. Similar idea. It's a form of pretreatment to reduce the size of the main detention basin that's required. Water connects in, percolates into the ground, and water that does not percolate connects through an outlet control structure into downstream storm drainage. C109 are details for the pavement. Pavement is going to be gravel base with processed aggregate and then 2 lifts of asphalt. We're proposing stop bars and stop signs for the intersections of the driveways with the street, as well as parking striping details and details for erosion and sedimentation control. Finally, for the engineering, sheet C10 are utility details, sanitary, water, etc. I would like to show we have architectural renderings that have been done as part. These are, as we said, prefabricated metal Butler-style buildings. For those who don't know, they are basically engineered buildings. They are, the majority of it's prefabricated. It shows up. They're single-story buildings, significantly below what would be allowed for a maximum height building in this zone. Each bay will have a garage door and a man door, as well as parking in front. These have been designed to be as minimally intrusive as possible. Again, this is the planned industrial zone. The regulations allow larger buildings, taller buildings. We believe that this style of building and this size of building will blend it much better, considering it is near residential zones. So in conclusion, I'd like to go back to sheet C102, which is the site layout plan.
Show that picture to the audience, because
It's on the,
Oh, good. We found it.
good.
Yeah, it wasn't up there. It now is.
Yeah, we have to switch through different files for the different.
Yeah, I can't.
Engineering versus architectural, different files.
so in conclusion, back on sheet C102, which is the site layout plan.
Mm-hmm.
Just again, 8 metal Butler style buildings for rental bays, 1 maintenance building. This project meets all of the zoning requirements for the PI zone. In most cases is significantly under what is potentially allowed by the PI zone. And as well, I'd like to read, this was submitted as part of our application, but section from the POCD that encourages this exact type of development in town. So section 4 of the 2023 Maryland Plan of Conservation and Development encourages commercial and industrial development in town. And the contractor yard development that is proposed here specifically fulfills strategy 3 on page 57 of the POCD. which states support the development of industrial parks that will serve small and emerging businesses. This project did receive the unanimous recommendation and approval of the Economic Development Commission. The Economic Development Director submitted a letter, which should be in the record, stating how he has had conversations with businesses who are asking for this exact type of development in Berlin. And we believe that this type of development on this site is suited to put Berlin in a really nice position going forward. So I would like to introduce Scott Heasketh, who is our traffic engineer consultant for this. He's going to give a brief presentation regarding traffic impacts. And then we can open it back up to questions from the commission for either myself or Scott, and then.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. Hi, Mr. Hesketh. How are you today?
I am doing well, thank you. Good
Good.
evening, commissioners. Again, for the record, Scott Hesketh, licensed engineer at the firm of F.A. Hesketh and Associates. Our office is in East Granby, Connecticut, and I am the author of the Traffic Impact Report dated December 9th, 2024, which has been submitted along with the application. We were asked to take a look at the traffic impacts of this proposed development. In the course of doing so, we obtained traffic volume counts from the Connecticut Department of Transportation. We also conducted manual turning movement counts at several intersections in the vicinity of the site. Those intersections included Four Rod Road and drawing a blank now, and Norton Road and Windermere, and Norton Road and Kensington Road. The intersections in closest proximity to the site that might be impacted by the proposed development. As you've been told, we're looking at about 82,900 square feet of specialty contractor retail development. So let's go back to the traffic volumes. The Connecticut Department of Transportation had counts on Norton Road, west of Four Rod Road, has an average daily traffic volume of about 5,400 vehicles, peak hour volumes of about 576, and 593 vehicles during the morning and afternoon peaks. And those are counts conducted during May of 2024. They also had counts farther down on Meadow Lane, east of Lower Lane, a little farther away from the site, but the traffic volumes down there were significantly lower. Unfortunately, they didn't have any counts on Four Rod Road. But again, we did conduct manual turning movement counts during October of 2024 at the intersections previously stated. We used that data to project the background traffic volumes. We used a 2% per year growth rate to a design year of 2026 to represent the background traffic volumes. And those volumes are presented in the report. For the proposed development, we looked at the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation report. Specialty trade contractor is a land use in that book. So the proposed 82,900 square feet of development here is projected to generate about 814 trips on a daily basis, with a morning peak hour of 138 trips and an afternoon peak hour of 160 trips. So we distributed that traffic to the surrounding roadway network. We projected about 35% to and from the east on Norton Road, about 30% to and from the west on Norton Road. We projected about 20% to the north on Four Rod Road, 25% to the south along Four Rod Road. We projected that traffic through the local intersections, conducted capacity analysis calculations at the intersections mentioned, plus at the two proposed site driveways. And the calculations indicate that all movements at all of the intersections we studied operate at a level of service C, as in Charles or better, during both the morning and afternoon peak hours, under both the background and combined traffic volume conditions, with the sole exception of the eastbound approach of Four Rod Road and Norton Road, which in the background conditions in the morning operates at a level of service C with about 21 seconds of delay on average, and goes to a level of service D, about 28 seconds on average. Certainly not significant delays, and only an increase of about 7 seconds of delay on average. All the other intersections operated at exceptional levels of service. In terms of the site design, we're proposing two site driveways, one to Four Rod Road, one to Norton Road. You see them on the plan here. We looked at the available intersection site distances out of those driveways. You can see all the way to the intersection of those two roadways. It is a four-way stop sign controlled intersection. So presumably speeds through the intersection are 0, so sight distances are not particularly relevant in that direction. But we have about 445 feet at minimum looking in those directions. Looking up to the west on Norton Road, we've got about 560 feet of sight distance. You can see up over the hill a little bit, over the railroad tracks, almost to the next intersection. And the sight distances are appropriate for based on Condot for speeds of 40 miles per hour. And the roadways in this area are posted at 25 miles per hour. We don't have speed counts on the data, but if it's posted at 25, you can assume that 35 miles per hour is probably close to the 85th percentile
Doing
speed.
50.
So intersection sight distance is be more than adequate. Commission has any specific questions related to the traffic? I'd be happy to address them at the appropriate time.
Okay.
We're happy to turn it over to any questions, and I guess in any
Okay.
order.
All right.
Order
Okay.
you wish.
Okay. All righty. I think we got some questions from the commission, but I also want to make sure that we actually get to the public. Does the commission want to hold their questions so we can hear the public? They've been sitting down so patiently, yeah. Is there anyone from, oh, okay, so, yeah, I know you're chomping at the bit, so whoever would like to come first, because we are in the public hearing, just come on up and state your name and address and your concerns, whether you're for or against the project. We'd like to hear your thoughts.
Hi, I'm Rhonda Romas. I live at 671 Four Rod Road. That's right across the street from this project. And although I did imagine that we were gonna have something there and it would be commercial, I never imagined 9 buildings and 58 units. This is extremely dense. And I am worried about many things, as my neighbors are, but all the things that you've mentioned, water runoff, pollution, whether it be noise, light, sound. And I never saw any landscaping plans. So that I was kind of concerned about too, because my house is wide open to this directly across the street. I'm concerned about the traffic. There are times I can't get onto Norton in the morning because of the school traffic that happens. The road where, concerned about, gee, I don't know, chemicals that could happen. We recently, 3 months ago, we had a big truck come by and he took out our internet cables. So I don't know that just small trucks are going to be coming in here. I just don't know, because you say contractor, I think big trucks. I don't know, there's just so many things. We have high water tables where we are. So that slope that comes down right in front of my house does get a lot of water. Very concerned about that. And it just seems like a lot of traffic, a lot of lights, a lot of sound, a lot of noise pollution, a lot of pollution in general. I literally considered moving right away when I saw this plan. It was very nerve-wracking to see 9 buildings and so close to the road, so close to my house. We thought that it was going to be something set back, maybe 4 buildings even, but never would I have imagined that dense. And really with all the pavement where the water, there's no place for the water to go. You're putting in more parking, there's less place for the water to go. So I'm seriously concerned about this. And I know that my neighbor right next door to me at 681 has written a letter to the commission as well. So I just wanted to say my piece and voice my concerns.
Thank you very much. And yes, we do have a letter that was received by Elizabeth and Robert Thrall. Okay. Okay, anyone else from the public who wishes to address the commission? Now would be the time.
My name is Alan Testa. I also live at 671 Four Rod Road. I'm concerned about the water runoff and the accumulation of the water in the detention pond. Would there be remediation for mosquitoes, standing water? Also with the storm drain on Four Rod Road,
Can you lean a little more in?
there is a catch basin on our property line. Every time it rains, if we get over a half inch of rain, it backs up. So any additional water being pumped, being brought into that system, that line,
Mm-hmm.
is going to increase that backup. When it does back up, it goes all the way up to the road level. Also gives us 8 inches of water in the backyard.
And this is a storm drain that's located in the front of your house?
It's right on the property line between us and the neighbor. It's on the corner of
Okay.
Norton Road. So it gives us 8 inches water in the backyard until that water level drops. Which gave us flooding in the basement.
I see.
Also, I don't believe the road's wide enough to accommodate two-way traffic with box trucks coming in and out of the driveway across from our property. We have a driveway there, our neighbor has a driveway, and their proposed driveway is to be in between of the two driveways. I don't believe the road's wide enough to accommodate truck traffic going both ways, coming in and out, or just going back and forth down the road. So,
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else who wishes to address the commission, now would be the time to express your concerns.
Evening, my name's Angelo Fiducia, 644 Four Rod Road, right on the corner. Fortunately, I wasn't really prepared because I didn't know, well, I stopped in Monday, see the plans. But you talk about, there's so many things we have, the water. My sump pump never shuts off. I flooded twice this year because my pump failed. My neighbor has so much water, he has literally a leak in his backyard from the other businesses next door that weren't done properly. Okay, I mean, I'm not one of these guys that fights things. Traffic, that new volleyball court,
Yeah.
I can't even get out of my driveway on Sunday sometimes.
So
It's ridiculous. You got schools, you got 2 schools down the street. You imagine the traffic with these trucks? Listen, I drive a box truck, so I know what they are. You're gonna get 18 wheelers in there. There's no way to stop it. Somebody's delivering material to a plumbing supply, or they got a lumber in there, 58 different businesses. My house, I might as well just give it away.
Can I ask you?
Yes.
You said you lived on Four Rod Road,
Yes,
and I meant to ask the other people.
44.
You're 644, but all right, so I have in my mind what Four Rod Road looks like. Are you on, are you right on the corner, or are you more toward Windermere,
No,
or
On the
you're
corner.
right on that
Yes.
corner?
Matter of fact, my property is in the road. That's how when they made the road
Yes,
wider,
okay,
they
yeah.
took part of my property, but that's before I bought it.
Okay,
So, like I say, the water issue there, and I even when I bought my house, I had a contractor come in and dig it all up 3 feet, brought fill in, because Berlin's clay. So what they could say about drainage, it's all clay there, I guarantee it. So how are you gonna drain that? 58 different buildings. I had Phil brought in, and even my neighbor is even higher than me, because whoever allowed that house to be built there, that's another story, is lower. So it's so bad there when it rains. I've had the fire department come help me pump out because it floods into and I put my own drain into a catch basin, which the town knows about, of course, and everything. So that's how bad the water is there. My sump pump never stops. Never. And like I say, the traffic between, the old, I call it the Eastco property there now with that basketball, I'm all up for, I understand it is industrial property, but it's almost like too excessive, you know, I could like, I'm gonna use my neighbor here, you know, 4 or 5 buildings I can understand, but you're talking up to 58 subdivisions? Are you kidding me? You know, they're saying 100, no disrespect, sir, but 138 cars? It's, listen, you could, I used to tell the police, set up my driveway, you'll make your quota in 1 day for 2 months. Well, but the thing is that my corner is a drag, everybody peels out there.
Yeah,
Everybody peels out.
yeah.
It's, you know, and I have grandkids now. I mean, and I spent the money to have all the bushes put in and do everything
Yeah.
still, you know? I mean, you know, I understand, I'm sorry to be against, you know,
Well, I mean, if anything, I mean, you're not saying you're against it. You're just sharing your very valid
well,
concerns.
I am against it. That many buildings, I am against it.
Okay,
And I want that on record. I don't think it
all right.
means anything, but, you know, I understand progress and all that, but you know what? I want everybody to be in our shoes. And then just think about it a little bit.
Yes, okay. Anyone else from the
Madam Chair, do you
public?
mind if I ask the gentleman?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Dyken.
Sir, before you sit down, I just have one question for you. How long have you lived in the neighborhood?
35 years, 36 years, May.
Have you always been, has it always been basically, I mean, it's certainly, there's quite a few residential properties, but there's a lot of industrial buildings. Has it always been that way, where it's just surrounded by industrial uses?
No, the one, oh, sorry, the one north of us, which is, E&D filtration and all that, that's fairly new. I mean, but I'll tell you, when they built that, they never did proper drainage there because my neighbor, and then my neighbor's water comes into my yard.
Yeah.
And it drains down my drain. And if it can't handle it, I flood.
And there's PYC manufacturing to the south. Has that been around?
Sorry, I'm not.
Is that the one?
The auction place.
It's down, it's actually. to
That's the
south of
building, yes,
property.
that's,
This-
but that's on their property. I think that's,
It's on their property.
right.
If I may ask,
That was the old Shepherd property, I believe, right?
that was that factory, and it's on the aerial screen. I don't know if.
It's to the left.
The
It's
dark building.
That's right.
So that big,
Yep.
the beige field is where we're talking about. That property was divided, so the factory was divided off of it. It was all one.
But do we know how long, understood, do we know how long that's been there?
Oh,
I
it
was
was there
actually
before
about
me,
to pull
so
up
40 years, you know, whatever.
Probably.
at least. That factory is pretty old.
Yeah.
I'll pull it, I'm trying to pull it up now.
Has there ever been an attempt, and Maureen, this might be a better question for you, any attempt to subdivide and put residential properties there? It's striking to me that there's this undeveloped piece of property there. And Mr. Edge pointed out in his letter that there's been, quote, scarier projects over the years, like a 24-hour facility, like maybe an Amazon facility or distribution center or something like that. Has there ever been any applications to subdivide and put in residential properties there?
So, I haven't done a study of the whole area, but my understanding is primarily the west side of Four Rod Road has been zoned industrial for a number of iterations of the zoning regs, as well as the plan of conservation and development, which logically follows some land use history in that the railroad runs along right behind these properties. So, you know, there's a couple of them that have had spurs that went off at one time from the railroad into some of the older sites. If you go north on to the PI2 zone that's north of Four Rod Road, you have the factory that had what was Highlight in it. It's 500 Four Rod. It's behind the sports complex. They had a spur, and that factory's been there a very long time. Decades and generations. And then to the south, you know, you get down to the curve where there's Meadow Lane, and there was the utility location, the gas, is that correct? Yankee Gas had a facility there. So
Yeah,
it's
he's
just,
right there.
it's kind of been the west side of Four Rod as industrial for the most part, and the east side residential.
So that's what,
The zone
so
line.
that's what explains, you have these big pockets of industrial uses and then sort of worming their way through are these residential areas.
Yeah, it's kind of pretty much a line up the, the road divides the zones. Can you zoom out a little and maybe
Okay.
bring up the zoning map?
I mean, it's pretty mixed.
Yeah, that's.
And
how
so,
I see
and
it.
sir, I don't want to keep you standing, but
If I could just say one more thing.
sure.
I was, it could have been an accident, but I was told there was going to be one entrance on Four Rod, not on Norton Road. That's, I just, you can't imagine what that's going to be like. And I can vouch for Mr. Hamel. I know he drives by, he beeps the horn at me when I'm mowing my lawn, so.
He does that to everyone. And before you sit down, sir, I'm just trying to
Please, go ahead.
make the point that there could be worse developments that we end up with, and
Sorry, that's
way,
my wife.
and certainly way better. And I was trying to point out how there could be, but I guess that's not possible.
But let me ask you this, can it be limited? You got an 18,000 square foot building. You might as well put an Amazon building in then.
Well, I think that's the concern is we may end up with one instead. And that was Mr. Edge's point.
You know what? Then shame on the town
Okay.
for not, for somebody not, it's a beautiful, you said it, it's a beautiful piece of land. I'd put a house on there. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
I think we're getting away from what we need to focus on right now, which is I really want the commission to hear your concerns.
Okay.
And I understand the
when my
back and
house is worth
forth.
$200,000, then I'll come back to the commission.
Oh, geez.
Thank you for your time.
No. Please, I don't mean for you to say that. I just want to make sure that we sort of stay on point here.
Unfortunately, it is gonna kill. Look at some of those homes.
We have to be-
Okay.
$800,000 homes there.
No, we understand. We do. Anyone else who wishes to address the commission? Either for or against it? Mr. Edge?
Said,
We're trying to bring up the planimetric map so you can see the zoning. It's not loading.
Okay, thank you.
We're trying.
No, I appreciate that.
the building at
You can orient
758
us
was,
a little better.
sorry, the building at 7584 Road was built in 1961. I just looked on the property card. Yeah, the big brick building in the back there. Yeah, PYC is the one that.
PYC, okay.
Yeah, and I think the industrial land, is challenging because industrial land, you can't make more of it. It's also the one thing that is not, can't put affordable housing on it, which I think is one of the challenges as well, because we are working on getting there, but I think we know that the chips are kind of stacked a certain way on that one.
And Mr. Edge, I mean, land's going to be developed to the extent it can at some point. I think I'm just trying to glean from what trying to point out, I think the point you were making in your letter that something else, there could be quote scarier projects here. And I'm not saying that we need to lessen our standards here, but we also need to be realistic. I think, is that the point you were making?
Well, I mean, you could put a big building there. I think again, a big distribution building there would be a horrible idea.
Absolutely.
The 24/7 and the like. And to go back to actually something that Commissioner Hamel had said, this is going to be really similar to what they did on 170 and 180 Deming Road. They happen to have units that are about 1,100 square feet. These are going to be bigger, I think up to 2,500 square feet. Actually, I believe a gentleman had misspoken. He said contractor yards. Contractor yards are not allowed in the zone. These are going to be clean contractor spaces. My discussions with the owners, these lease with option of purchase or purchase outright. I think the best example of this would be to look at what Priority Electric did down next to Tyler Equipment. Same type of thing. Berlin family looking to come in to have an industrial space and basically, again, HVAC, plumbing, electrical. I know that Berlin is definitely an attractive community. I think that's been a couple things. One, our location. Two, I think we've been, the last handful of years, we've had very steady taxes, which is good. I think that puts us in a nice position. And one of the things that I like about it as well is the clean contractors, pretty much all of its careers. I mean, talk about plumbing, electrical. It is something that our town does allow that others don't. The good news is the owners of the property are planning on keeping, and they haven't given the percentage, but I'm gonna guess at least 60% of the property for themselves as investment. So the good news is they are planning on keeping this to be a nice property, to be quality for the long term. So it's not something where they're planning on having, from our discussions, no, there's no landscaping piles, there's nothing else. This wants to be something that's gonna be quality. And again, I can definitely understand where the neighbors are coming from with the size of the density. I know when you look at kind of what's out there, there really is very little inventory out there. I know there are Berlin residents in other towns would like to come to Berlin and other folks. So I think it's an opportunity, but definitely need to look at the entire scenario.
And one last question, either for you, Chris, or for
Yes.
Maureen. It looks like the engineering report is pending. When we receive it, will that address the flooding concerns and the drainage concerns?
So, my comments were going to be that planning staff and engineering staff hasn't had time to thoroughly go through the application, and we're requesting that you keep the item open. One of the conversations I did have with the town engineer was that we were gonna encourage the commission to, obtain public comment, so that if something is raised, we'll then both review the tape. He said he'd review the comments that are made so that he can address the appropriately when at the things he
And so when he
can
watches,
address
and when he watches this,
appropriately.
he's gonna know that drainage is top billing for him.
So, and
And density,
traffic
and density, and traffic, and
really
appearance, and whatever, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of
and
concerns.
then I have a few things that I was
Yeah.
otherwise gonna mention, but yes, that is a thing. Can I just, are you done or not?
I was just gonna say that I think the landscaping is definitely very important as well around the buildings, because you don't want it to be just nothing but buildings facing the road.
Yeah,
I know.
and I do want to quickly express that this is not or this scenario. In other words, I hate to think the commission feels or the public feels pressured into saying you have to accept this project because otherwise something really bad will happen to you. And that's not going to happen. We haven't yet even started to dig into this project. And I think a lot of concerns have been raised so far. I think it was a very nice presentation, but we really do have to comb through it ourselves, take into consideration the parcel of property, all the surrounding area, and of course, the impact that it has. And so this may just be the starting point for this project, but this doesn't necessarily have to be the end of this project.
And
Okay.
the size is a funky one too. It's, I think, 7, almost 8 acres of land. It's too big for most people, but it's too small for the really big guys. So the concern is then what's the best use for it, which I think is kind of where the multi-building complex
Yeah.
came from. But again, it is up to this commission. I definitely would say that we're one of few communities that I know actually are looking to get the HVAC, plumbing, electrical guys. Most towns don't allow them.
Mhm.
I think they, in my mind, are helpful. I mean, if you look at some of the success stories we've seen, even right here down the street with Jambi Plumbing. Again, small company growing, commercial trucks. Again, nothing huge, but anyway.
Yeah, but this is just the whole start of the process.
It is just the beginning, absolutely.
Exactly. All righty. Yes, Maureen.
So-
Yes.
For the record, I just, the GIS is not loading the zoning map, so we can't share that on the screen. So I did pass a map, the zoning map, the printed zoning map with an arrow to where this property is. Just so everyone can get the orientation of the surrounding zones, and hopefully we'll contact the GIS company so that everyone can use the interactive map in a day or two. And maybe they're updating or something. Sometimes they do that in the evening. I do have a few other comments if you want me to make them, or you've got more public. I'm sorry. I did not know that. Yep, that's fine.
All right. Yes, please.
Don't wanna be forgotten.
All right. No, we'll get back to you before and then we'll continue.
Good evening. My name is John Gagas. I'm one of the owners of the property. Want to thank the people that came today. It's very important to get your feedback. But I want to make sure we're clear on what transpired with this property. We were looking at this property. We were approached by the town. The town had plans for many, many, many years for this property. They actually paid for a study that had 150,000 square feet of buildings, and I could show it to you. So we looked at that and said, we're not going to do that. That's way too much for this property. I know one of the commissioners asked about worst case scenario. We have zero intent of putting a big box building in. That is not what we want to do. Zero. I worked in Berlin for 8 years of my life. I took what used to be a below grade company called Stanchem in East Berlin. And with the investment, I was the senior vice president. I ran the company. And I think there's many people here that can attest to what it is today. So this is going to be my own personal investment in town. So I will not do anything that is not going to meet my standards and the standards of what we want to put in town. So I respect your concerns. If I were in your position, I'd have exactly the same concerns. So please, I'm not just saying that to say it. I don't need to get up here and say it. I could just sit back there and listen. So we will work with you guys on this. You know, where the shrubbery goes, trees, what we want to look at. If the lights are coming in, we'll look at that. This isn't all or nothing. Okay. But I just so people understand, we took what the town and the previous owner marketed. I'll send you the marketing materials. Maureen's seen them. Chris has them. And that's what was sold to us. Okay. Upwards of 150,000 square feet of multiple buildings. So we said, we don't want to do that. We want to do something that is manageable, that has small impact. These small little units, maybe 2X, maybe it's 1,200 feet, 25 is going to have a small footprint with few people working there. It's not people coming in and out. Maybe somebody comes, takes the truck and leaves and goes to the job sites for the rest of the day. That's what we intend to have there. We're going to go after those types of buildings. There will not be 18-wheelers coming in and out. It's built. When they did the engineering study, we said that specifically. They can't even get in and out. So these are the facts. Okay. So I know subjecture. If I tell you how much money we've already spent on engineering, so I want the best possible engineered solution for any water issues. We're not going to skim this down and just say, yeah, I don't care about that. That's your problem. It's our issue as well as yours. So we're going to do what we need to do. That's why we've gotten the engineering firm to look at it. In a perfect world, I understand. You wake up in the morning and you want to look at an empty hayfield. I get it. I would want that too if I were there. Unfortunately, that's not what the town wants. Again, to your great question, I would love for this to be residential. I would make a hell of a lot more money in a short period of time putting residential properties up there. I would do it in a heartbeat. So please understand, we're being dictated to by the town. The town is forcing us to do this because it's industrial and they see the need for it. And we're going along with that. So please understand where we're coming from. Again, I would love to put residential. I actually said that to Chris. So there's ways to do that even now, which I'm sure this commission understands.
I want to say one thing, sir. This town does not force you to do anything.
I understand that.
Okay, you want to bring single family homes in here? Please bring
I
us a
would love to
plan.
do it.
Please bring us a
I
plan.
can.
Okay.
Right,
I'm just,
we're digressing right now.
okay,
So I just want to be clear as to how we got to this point and what led us to what we're doing and why we're doing it versus what was originally planned for that piece of property. That's very important to understand and what could theoretically happen down the road on that piece of property. And nothing is going to go in there that's going to please the people next door. I know that. So what can we put on that's going to meet the requirements? This meets, it's not an insignificant investment. To do this, it's, if you say, oh, put 6 buildings up, it's not feasible economically. It will not happen. That's the problem. The only way this thing works is if we do this from a financial standpoint. It's going to take decade plus to get any investment back. So please understand why it's being done this way. I'm not trying to cram 150,000 square feet in. It's 80-ish. So that's the reason we're doing that. It was based on the original marketing that was marketed by the town and the private owner. And we used that as our basis and we knocked that down basically in half. So I just want to make sure people understood that, and hopefully if this gets approved, we will plan on it. I was told by my council not to contact any of the neighbors. I wanted to. I want to have a pizza party and beer and wine and soda, and let's talk through what we can and can't do. Just so, I will always listen to what your concerns are. It's very important. So thank you for listening to me.
Anyone else from the public? Yeah, okay. And then we have to move on because we have yet what you want
Sure.
to, you want to
Ed
say
Stewart,
anything?
240 Kensington Road. I just wanted to kind of explain what had happened. So the property owner and myself, his agent, had sat down and chatted. An engineer from Bristol came in, put some concept plans together on the property. Essentially, that was the best fit for the property because at the price he wanted, making it an industrial subdivision was not possible. So essentially brought in the contractor, brought in the engineer from Bristol, put it together, which met the zoning regs. From what we had seen in the needs for right now in the marketplace, that's kind of where the drawings came from. So that's really where it had come from. We'd worked with him on getting that together, introduced him, and it was something that seemed to make sense from a where the market was perspective. So that's kind of where that came from. Yes.
Chris, I was going to say one thing. I know if I was in this position, one of the neighbors across from this property, I would be curious to know what are the plans? Who are you bringing into town that's going to go into these buildings? I think that might ease their minds a little bit, knowing that what's going to be in their front yard or their backyard. And I think that's the unknown is what's kind of frightening here.
I understand that. I mean, the folks that I've spoken to and a couple different agents I've spoken to, essentially the guys I mentioned, HVAC, plumbing, electrical, a couple home improvement guys that are in other towns. I don't want to give necessarily names, but there are a couple different Berlin residents who are in other towns leasing spaces and would like to come in. I could easily see a couple manufacturers who decided to come in here and have an operation. I don't see this being a spot for your landscapers. I don't think that makes sense for anybody. But that's really the type of company it is. Could even be the ones that are growing currently based out of home. I think we have a handful of contractors that are based out of home, growing a spot for them to go immediately to. That way they're not in the neighborhoods.
Okay. Maureen, I'm going to just circle back to you, and I think we've taken all the public testimony. Was there anyone else from the public? Okay.
The two things that were said by the public that I just want to make sure we clear the air on.
Okay.
The first would be density, and I touched on it briefly in my original presentation.
Mm-hmm.
The zoning regulations for the PI zone allow up to a 35% floor area ratio, which is where I believe the original 150,000 square foot came from. This proposal for 82,900 square foot is 22.7%. So significantly under the density that could be proposed. Now I understand, again, we're not talking worst case scenarios or anything, but just to be clear, we're not proposing a density that exceeds what is, what was deemed appropriate by the zoning commission when they set the regulations, by the plan of conservation and development. Everything for this property in terms of bulk density is underneath the zoning requirements.
Okay.
The other thing is in terms of stormwater. Again, I understand that's everyone's biggest concern. In regards to other properties and other industrial projects that have caused flooding, and touching again what John said, we're designing this to the current standards. And the fact that some of these previous projects were developed under previous Connecticut state stormwater standards, town of Berlin zoning regulations, we cannot say what was in effect when that happened. So it may be very possible that previous project would have caused flooding because the stormwater requirements were not as stringent back then. The current stormwater requirements require for all storm events, the post-development discharge to be below the pre-development. And we are anticipating a review by the town engineer. If he has any different conclusions than ours, obviously we'll work and revise it. But that's the standard it was designed to.
Okay, thank you. Fair enough. And Maureen? Because I know you wanted to.
Yeah,
put a
so
couple
I
things
think
up there.
actually, the commission and or others have already hit on everything. I think one of the glaring things is the flow of traffic in and out of the site and how will manipulate through. And sometimes that is helpful to actually have the presenter kind of walk you through the traffic coming in and out and from where, what their anticipated directions are, Mr. Hesketh is extremely skilled, but sometimes it's not quite plain language enough for everybody to really understand what the impact is, including the public that's watching. So where are they coming from? Where are they going? One of my concerns from the onset of seeing the application meetings, and again, it hasn't been fully analyzed yet as to their proposal, but is that the exit on Norton Road is a more residential street. It has more residential traffic on it. It has more residences on it. It doesn't have industrial, but yet it is connector through Connector Road. If you add it to Hudson Street at one end, et cetera. And it also has the schools on it. So I'm leaning, without doing the full analysis, of the focus traffic being out the driveway onto Four Rod, because that road does have the industrial traffic on it already. It, north-south route that has the not that it's going to keep anyone from turning at the intersection, but less turns, generally speaking, for a lot of uses. They take the more direct route. Why not? And again, that then may conflict with the driveways across the street for more traffic and the traffic in that regard. So again, needs a little more analysis and maybe some response from the applicants at the appropriate time. He talked a lot about the drainage, so that's one of the major concern, obviously, is the no down gradient or downstream impact, and he just spoke to that. And then you guys also talked about, and I think would want to look more closely and more specifically at the landscape buffering that is proposed, as well as the design and architecture and all those other things you do look at. Reminding everyone it is a special permit use, so you do have a little more ability. It's not, and for the public, this is not a site plan use that is really administrative or and ministerial, I think is the term we use, but it does have some parameters for, say, a special permit where the commission can tweak the plan. So,
Okay,
that's also for the public. I was making that statement, the commission.
all righty. And as you had requested that you want, yes, I'm sorry. Wanted to,
I have a question on the traffic before we close this up.
we're not closing, we're
closing
going to
it, but-
continue.
I know when we did it, Maureen, when we had that traffic study done on the Berlin Turnpike for another project, that it wasn't done with a meter. It was done actually with people counting,
Bean counters.
bean counters. I don't know what
I
you
think
want
he
to call
said
them.
there was a manual study done.
Mhm.
I think he addressed that.
So you're saying that someone went out there, or was this done with an actual counter?
Again, for the record, Scott Hesketh, we had two types of counts. The Connecticut Department of Transportation puts the tube counters out there. They count 24, 48 hours. They give us hourly volumes and daily volumes
That's a thing in the road, correct?
in the road. Those are the pneumatic tubes.
So when was that done?
May?
DOT had counts during, on early May of 2024. Okay. School would have been in session till at least the middle of May, I would assume.
But that was,
I say no.
so that was done with that basketball before,
I don't know about the
Fail.
basketball.
I don't know when they got
before,
there.
yeah. I'm just gonna make, Maureen, Madam Chair, my concern, honestly, living in the area, driving down there, my biggest concern, honestly, is the traffic. I sat there, there's no sidewalks for the kids to walk. Well, there's a half a sidewalk. Well, then the sidewalk comes down, then it stops. So there is a lot of concerns as a parent, as a resident, that you have, once this is done, when it's done, the influx of traffic there, I don't care what kind of counter you have, who's doing it. Listen, I drive the road, I sit in traffic. When those kids are coming to school, the parents flying around, and you cannot tell me that that intersection is gonna handle that traffic, because I'm gonna tell you, it's not gonna. And you're gonna have people backed up all the way up Norton Road. You're gonna have people backed up everywhere. You got buses, you got kids who are gonna be late for school. I'm gonna tell you, I travel this road. So my concern, and I want everyone to know, is that that traffic is gonna be ridiculous. And if you have an entrance on Norton Road, forget it. Because it's not gonna work.
Just to complete my response to your questions, we had the 2 counts out there from the Department of Transportation. We also had manual turning movement counts, which are actually done by video. So video cameras were set up, and we observed 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon of the peak hour volumes of traffic going through the intersections, where you count all the turning movements from each roadway as well. So we had manual turning movement counts and the pneumatic counts, and the turning movement counts were conducted during October, also at a time when school would have been in session. So and that was in 2024. So I believe the traffic volumes which we're giving you reflect school time counts, or at least school year counts. As to the terms of having a single driveway or 2 driveways, from a traffic standpoint, it's going to work either way, in my opinion. I'd prefer to have 2 driveways to split the traffic up so that you don't have as many vehicles on one roadway as the other. Are these industrial type traffic? No, these are going to be small contractors. They're going to have pickup trucks. They're HVAC guy. He's got a small box truck. He's putting his equipment in there, and he's going to your residential neighborhood to do some work on your house. So these are the kinds of vehicles which are in neighborhoods all of the time. These aren't tractor trailer trucks or semis, coming into and out of here. So, and we'll have to talk about it amongst ourselves, but single driveway, 2 driveways, I'd prefer 2, tends to split the traffic up. It makes it easier, more convenient for everybody, in my opinion. If you put it on one driveway, the people across the street from that are very upset. If you put it on the other driveway, the people across the street from that are very upset. If you split it up, we've got 2 guys that are both upset, but maybe not as much as they would have been the other direction. I mean, I think we can handle it either way. We've got good levels of service. And, I've been preparing traffic impact reports for 35 years. And I think I've been pretty close to the mark on most of the reports that we've done. We're using, design criteria given to us by the federal government and the highway capacity, manual. I don't make up these numbers. These numbers are, counts taken in the field. I've confirmed them with the Department of Transportation. We've used the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation numbers, which are based on traffic counts conducted by engineers at existing facilities. And they say, hey, if you have a similar facility, here's the data that we observed at these existing sites. So it's time-tested data. This is the volume we expect. Now, if someone says, well, you got a lot of development, that traffic volume seems pretty low. Well, that's the peak hour volume I'm talking about, 60 minutes. These contractors, some of them start at 7, some of them start at 9, some of them start at 10, some of them start at 6. So there'll be traffic over a number of hours in the morning. There'll be traffic over a number of hours in the afternoon. So yeah, there's going to be more than 160 trips in the afternoon. But during that peak 60-minute period, we're looking at about 160. Could it be 170? Could it be 140? Yeah, there's some variations in there, certainly. But I think the numbers that we're presenting are time tested, and I think the analysis and the results which we presented are going to be pretty accurate. So we appreciate the questions.
I'm sorry, you got it.
While he's walking up here, it looks like, and I'm not finding the CO itself, but it looks as though the CO for the sports complex was March of 2024.
Angelo Fiducia again, 644 Fort Rod. The other thing about traffic, Chamberlain Highway Norton Road is a cut through to the Berlin Turnpike. So I don't know if that's in the studies or not, but it's busy all the time for that matter alone. Okay. Thank you. Do I have to sign again? Okay.
One last call out to the audience and then. Yes. The audience, so, questions before we,
I just, there's several points that were not addressed in the presentation that I know we're going to leave this matter open anyway, so maybe next meeting you can have more information, but there was no information provided with respect to lighting on the site, trash management, or dumpster locations. And then things that what we often will start asking questions about as we get into more of the nitty gritty detail is going to be location of mechanicals, so that they're not on the rooftops or screened from view. Questions that I have with respect to the proximity to the neighborhood would be public address systems, or PA systems, the hours of operation. And unfortunately, what's coming to mind for me is Bright Feeds right now with all the issues that we're having there. So just another property in town has me thinking of these things because it's become an issue. So Bright Feeds, their hours of operation have been problematic. Noises and odors coming from the site. So those are all things that we're likely going to want more information on. And then just more details on your landscaping proposal.
June. No,
Commissioner Jorsey, you marked many of mine off, so thank you. The two other things I have too are the businesses that are located within, I guess I'm expecting the garage doors to be closed to whatever equipment they're either cutting or sawing or stacking. Or if you said manufacturing, I think Chris mentioned possible manufacturing, but that the doors are closed so the sound doesn't come out into the neighborhood. And then to double check the parking per unit or per expected people.
okay, Tim.
Yes, I'm looking at this plan and I'm, wondering the square footage of buildings that we have here. And then coverage for buildings, coverage of buildings, coverage of tar, impervious surfaces, comes into, water flow. Okay, number of buildings. I think that this property could warrant, we have two back-to-back buildings. Probably should warrant, more back-to-back buildings. The number of buildings, number of units, I think can be restricted a little bit. The other thing that I have, this is within a half mile, probably within a quarter mile of a school. Okay, large school, large traffic volumes during school or going into school and leaving school. I see there's two schools within
Middle
a
and
mile,
elementary.
requiring sidewalks on this property. There is no sidewalks proposed. So the sidewalk should be every, along, Ford Road and along Norton Road, to accommodate the schools, which is in our regulations. McGee School is the biggest school that I worry about accommodation of walking. Most of the parents for Willard, drop off, pick up. And most of them now drop off, pick up at McGee now. School buses are not loaded, but there is a lot of school buses that go through there. I see them backed up 3, 4 deep every morning. So I do have that. I do have the water concern. Okay, I know that the water comes off this property, goes across the road into another brook next to Wildermere, I think it is, going into the pond, on thing, which pond has been a problem too. Okay, so both the water system going into Willard Brook. Okay, all that has been a problem, water all the way down through. If we take the water that's there now and concentrate it, maybe it's not more than the regulations say because but it's all concentrated into one spot going into that wetlands. Detention pond, I watched the detention ponds all the way through town. Okay. They're supposed to work. This detention pond has a system that's supposed to take 2 pipes I see that are lower, taking some of the water out, and 3 pipes taking the overflow of that water out. Into that wetland. I question that. I know wetlands hasn't given a okay on this yet, right? They have. Okay.
You
I-
have their letter in your packet.
Okay, I'm sorry, then I didn't see it in the letter. Oh, okay, I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that.
Oh, yeah.
But I think another design could be done on this property than all these individual buildings. I question if they're gonna be rentals or ownership. Is it a condo situation? Is it ownership? If it is ownership, is there gonna be regulations, outside storage of trucks, storage of anything outside?
I would like to.
Now, if there's another development up the road here, north of here, we had that problems in that development when we developed that problem. Most of those problems have been taken care of basically. But I don't want to go through those problems again. Okay, because of the number of buildings. So square footage of it. I've always been one that, I know the zoning allows this, that's not a problem. But I wanna know what can be built on here that's more beneficial to the area. Does take a zoning change to do that? I don't know. I don't want any developer to be pressured into the one type of development.
Well, at this,
That's another subject, but, when I heard that, I have a problem with that. Okay. I want developers to be free to come to this commission, what they think.
I understand, but we're trying to address the merit, the site plan in front of us, so.
I
let's
understand
pursue
that.
This,
I
okay?
understand that.
I'm just gonna say that, just off the top, I'm very interested in the architecturals and of course the building layout, but I'm gonna point this out, nobody has brought it up. There is an historic cemetery that's back there, it's Dunham Cemetery. And the town has spent a lot going around and restoring the stones, and some of these go way back beyond the Civil War. And and there's a potter's field there that was actually tended to as well. And they're finding markers in there. So that's a very respectful area. And I noticed that there's like buildings going right on top of it. That makes me very nervous. So I'm going to be interested in seeing the buildings, the layouts, the architecturals. I'm extremely interested in landscaping, especially buffering the neighbors. And I just the way it's set out. I mean, you kind of just gave me some boxes on the property, but I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not one for boxes on the property. So if this is going to be a project moving forward, it's going to be a really nice one. But anyway, that being said and done, so you guys got your homework cut out for you. And I know that we're waiting for the comments from the planner and the engineer. So with that, I'll ask that somebody would make a motion. Let's continue this public hearing.
I will make that motion.
Thank you, Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Hamel. Further discussion, all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed, so moved. Okay. And we are going to extend, we're not meeting again in April because of the holiday week. So this next meeting will be in May 1st. May 1st, we'll be back. All right. And next up, we have the special permit and site plan application of Aaron Greenblatt. But from what I can see here, this is with the Vesta Corporation and Joseph Megani, O'Riordan Megani Architects LLC for the construction of elderly housing at 143 Percival Avenue, property of the town of Berlin in the R11 zone. But this public hearing is being postponed to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting of May 1st. No testimony will be heard today. So do I need a motion on that or yes, okay. Okay.
Move to continue,
Yeah, postpone.
postpone,
So that
okay.
everyone knows there's no testimony today.
Okay, move to postpone this item till May 1st.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second? All right, Mr. Hamel? Hamel?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. June, did I hear? Okay, thank you. Aye, okay. So moved. Next. Thank you. Tim, come on. Special, I'd like to get everyone home early. Special permit application of David Barbagallo. Excuse me if I've mispronounced, for an accessory dwelling unit, ADU, at 265 Lincoln Street in the R15 zone. Hi. Oh, there you are. All righty. Come on down. I know. Thank you for your patience. We try to move it along. No problem.
Yes, I'm David Barbagallo.
Hi.
265 Lincoln Street. I currently reside there and I've been a resident of town since I was 14, so I've been here quite a long time. This is being proposed as proposing an accessory dwelling unit. Have the special permit filed and here to discuss that and show you some floor plans and some renderings. So hopefully we can do that. I'm looking at the accessory dwelling unit regulations. I believe I meet all these qualifications or requirements. I am 55 years of age. I plan to reside here at this house for at least another 10 years, God willing. And I'm
You're making your own? Is that what you're telling me? You're building this? I'm sorry, you're building this for yourself?
it's for me and my in-laws, actually. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Are your in-laws going into the accessory dwelling or are you? They're kicking you out of the house?
Well, kind of both. I might move upstairs to the smaller unit and they'll be down, obvious reasons, a little older. But yeah,
I'm just having fun.
no worries.
You go right ahead.
Yeah, so I'm meet the age requirement. I'm gonna reside there. I believe I meet the square footage requirement. We can discuss that. It's close. Not gonna have any exterior stairs. We'll be able to put a second set of stairs in there. It's currently a cape with a it's a walk-up attic. Has existing stairs up to the attic. So they'll meet that. We can talk about it and yes, she can show some floor plans and some renderings, actually, right?
Oh, wow. That's
Alexa, sorry.
Yeah.
They're basic. They're
The
just
other one. In
just
the
a
other-
basic sketch for now until I
That's a very spacious front yard. Nobody will ever know you have an ADU unit back
So
there.
while you're looking at this,
Uh-huh.
the side yard. This side of the screen you're looking at, which now says Francisco for some reason.
I know.
But is it's
They can't
it's
see much.
non-conforming side yard.
Is
So
Oh,
the
is there a
left
power
side of the
line?
house, that's actually the
Yeah,
best way to.
Oh, that's,
east side.
upside down world.
So
there's a
it is
property
a
line here?
non-conforming side yard, so he bumped back his addition to on
Oh,
the
this is so
story
funny.
to meet the side yard.
There you go.
So
Yeah, you see the fence, the rendering there, the fence, that's currently 8 foot, non-conforming. It's
Now, is that corral supposed to keep you in line so you don't wander off or anything?
suppose
Added on, Maureen.
I'm
for my pets.
So it's currently a single story
I
or a
think the
cape
part in front.
style, right? Is it
It's a cape, basically,
cape with-
expanded cape. Yep.
That's new, and then we're looking at the back, so you can't really tell, but you could see the tops of 2 dormers in front, those are new. And then, above the 2 slider doors, that second story, that little section that's bumped in 2 feet, that will be new. So the dormers are all new, and then that other little section above the porch, that is just like the staircase to get into it.
You should have the other renderings, right? Do you have the? Yeah, if you scroll through it to the other,
So you'll see how that is bumped back from the edge.
just
of
gotta
the
flip it
first
around if you can.
floor, roof.
There you go.
That was in
That's the front
order
view.
to meet some of the square footage requirements and the maximum allowed addition sizes.
That's pretty big.
Yeah, so if you see the 2 gables in the front, right? One of those would be a bedroom, a living room. And then that side roof line that's gonna be expanded. It's currently a single level screen porch, so we would go up a second level. And the concern was if I go up another level that I have to meet the 10-foot setback. So the current base is the bottom of that porch right there, the way it's shown there is 9 feet, right? 9 feet wide, and then we're gonna go 7 feet on the second floor. So I'll have the 2 feet back to meet the 10-foot setback, because it's 8 plus 2 offset. So I'll be able to meet that that setback requirement of 10 feet.
What will the house look like? I mean, I
That's-
know that you showed me the raised part and stuff,
Yep,
but
that's basically it. That's the side view, right? You see a full dormer off the back. So currently it's just a cape. If you can visualize that not being there, it's a slope roof. So it'll be a full shed dormer in the back and then the 2 gables in the front. You want to go through the other rendering if you can. I know you gotta put around there. That's a back view, right? Yeah, that's
So-
the rear view.
so the total space that you're adding?
It is under 700 square feet. I calculated it to be 683 square feet.
So that's the total ADU size.
Correct.
The additions of adding the square footage for difference between what's there and what adds for the dormer and the upper floor above the porch for the staircase on what is now the left-hand side of your screen is, he's calculated
The
on
110
here
square feet
at
for that.
110, which is under the 150 square feet. That's his calculations are shown on this page. if it may
Yeah,
be.
you have that as well, I believe in the,
The calculations are there.
All right, Commission, any questions?
We did a little figuring to check those calculations because staircases don't count and things like that. Landings that are exterior or outside the unit itself don't count. Right, we came up with the square footage matching.
You don't have to deliberate on the other stuff, right? All right, public hearing, so does anyone have anyone from the public wishes to address regarding this application? Okay. Hearing, none, seeing none.
Anyone online?
No, no one online. Okay, so commissioners, do we have questions? Yes, Tim, you got your hand?
Yes, I'm looking at the analysis here from the staff. The questioning about an exterior staircase in this ADU. And it says the building official is, this is ADU, a common space of main occupancy or completed several unit design. It appears to be a unit 2 family. I'd like to see why it's looking as a two-family. Because the second floor enclosed porch staircase landing that's excluded from the livable area calculation is an outside exterior door into the unit that putting a second staircase going up from the outside, which
So Alexa will describe that to you I think it'll
I'm
make
just
it.
reading what says here, that's all.
Yeah, our building official wrote that before he was aware that there is an interior staircase in the house that goes up to that second floor.
Okay,
of
so-
the ADU unit, so that's what makes it an ADU and not a separate family, because there's that internal connection.
So there's no outside door going.
So the exterior door we're talking about is between the unit and what I'll call the tower that the staircase is put in above the sliders. So that door, those stairs are inside. Those are new stairs because there wasn't a second floor there before above the porch. So it's an
Correct.
interior stair,
They're
but then once you're
technically
up at the top
interior.
of the stairs, there's an outside door, a unit door, a entry door. Like an exterior entry door, but it's inside the enclosed staircase. That's in that. tower.
ADU regulations a little weird that way, and I'm just, when the departmental comments are saying appears to be a separate unit, two-family.
So that's also a portion, my understanding of that, and I did not talk to Frank about it specifically, but is the difference between how building code discusses how they rate units for what they need to do versus the zoning regs has a definition for accessory dwelling unit. It's subordinate to the main unit. And so they may have regulations related to fire code and other things that the unit can be severed. From the zoning regulations, it can be a severed unit where it might read as a two-family in building code, but it's still subordinate, meeting the zoning regulations for an accessory dwelling unit. It's It's actually from the eighties. Our ADU regulations are from the eighties. Yeah. New eyes, mentioned a staircase.
Right?
Yes.
It's on the interior.
Looks good. Where it needs to be, go upstairs.
You have to go.
So the addition basically is going to be a bedroom, kitchen. Is there going to be a kitchen up there
There is.
or?
Yeah, there'll be a kitchen, a bath, 2 bedrooms and a small living room area.
Oh, okay. And will there be any common space downstairs in the main house, the original house that will be shared by the families?
Yeah, well, you have that staircase that's existing, the walk-up attic.
Yeah.
So that's the common area staircase.
Yeah,
Other staircase we're talking about is like a secondary, maybe a private entrance, if you will. To go up, it's a spiral staircase, as you see there, to go up to that unit as well. So there's 2, egress,
yeah,
2 egress, if that's a town concern.
okay.
When you have, another unit, they have 2 ways of getting in and out of the building as well. That might come up for permitting or whatever, but
Yeah.
it's really to be a separate private entrance,
Yeah.
For example, if I move up there and my parents and my in-laws are downstairs, I don't have to walk through their house.
And you have peace and quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that's really what it's for, like a secondary private.
And so do they. All right.
Yeah.
Anything else? Anything, concerns or questions from the commission? All right. Hearing none, do we have a notion to make a motion? Oh, wait a minute. Is this a special permit? Is this still in public hearing? Public hearing, anyone from the public who wants to, okay, we already did that. No one on Zoom, no one here. Okay.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay. Motion to close by Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Zigmont. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, so moved. Okay, we're gonna move on to deliberations. Do we want to, because this gentleman is here, do we want to just deliberate? Can we move his item here, accessory dwelling, up? Okay, motion by Mr. Zigmont to move it up. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Hamel. Further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed, so move. So let's just deliberate this for a bit. Okay, so I think he's answered all of our concerns and questions. Anything from the commission?
The only question I have is what's the difference? I don't know this answer.
Well,
I'm trying to figure this out.
Okay.
What's the difference between a two-family and ADU? Okay, I know there was regulations, part of that regulation, I think, was 55 years old. They have to also report every so often that it is occupied by someone in the family, I guess. Is that?
No, it's
Doesn't have to
somebody-
be in the family. We
It
do
has to be
have kind of a
55.
checklist that we hand out and use. It is straight out of the regulations. I think, is it what, T? S, that's right. Do you remember what section it is? 11S, I think, or thereabouts. T, it's 11T. It's here on the top line. The criteria, like I said, are under 700 square feet. Has to, less than 150 feet of
Mhm.
added space. Again, a lot was addressed in the staff report with regard to outside stairs and other factors. And again, I think the definition of whether it's a two-family or not, it doesn't have to be occupied by a member of the family or a relative of any sort. But it has to, and I think we quoted it in here, and the 2, 3, 4, 5th bullet, the third secondary bullet, the occupancy shall not exceed 2 persons, shall be limited to persons at least 55 years of age, the age restriction waived if the owner files a covenant with the land record, in the land records, that it will not be rented at a cost that exceeds 30% of the 80% area medium income, et cetera, et cetera. You know, there are very specific rules and reporting that go along with it.
That's what I'm trying to get across. I mean, it's all allowed,
And the zone doesn't allow 2 families.
R15.
Right.
It does allow two-family, right? But, no, it doesn't.
R15 is a single family zone. And the smallest zone that allows an accessory dwelling unit.
It's R15 zone, that's right. Okay. That just, what's the difference of two families that, if it's a separate rental unit?
How it's used.
How it's used,
Mhm.
rental, okay? So I think that we would want to make sure that the way it's explained, you just explained it.
I think you have to use this microphone.
Should be adopted if it's ADU. Oh,
It can be rented. It can be rented.
Yeah.
You
As long
don't
as
have
it's
to rent, it
55 and
doesn't
older.
have to be that's why they come and get, a special permit from the Planning and
Yeah.
Zoning Commission. It allows rentability
Yeah.
to someone over 55
Yeah.
years old or the restriction on income.
okay, so we're going over 55, restriction on income.
Yeah.
That should be in
Yeah, you have to use it.
the regulations, so that we should quote that regulation.
It is
And
quoted in the staff report and in the notice.
Thing doesn't like you.
back fees.
I know.
It's way too loud. It's gotta be addressed down there.
12 at night, nothing will still work.
I know. Okay. All right. Is there anything else? Okay. So anyone got a notion for a motion?
I'll make a motion to
Okay.
approve the special permit application, item 7D.
Okay. All righty, a motion by Mr. Dyken. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Millard. All right. Further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved. Congratulations, you get to stay in town.
Right.
All right.
Your time, yeah, I'll
All
get
right.
these. Obviously, there'll be engineered and architectural drawings for permitting, but
No problem.
All right.
You're in good hands.
All
Have a
right.
good night and thank you for your patience, guys.
Have a good night.
Okay, you too. Okay, let's go on to, let's tackle these proposed text amendments here. So we're gonna tackle 1 and 2 together. All right, so we're doing 1 and 2 together and Mr. Hamel is stepping down. So Steve, you're in the hot seat. All right. Okay, let's deliberate away. Thoughts, peoples?
You may want to sever the BT1 on the BT2 for the deliberation. I think
Okay, oh, yeah.
are different. I think you may want to go back to them separate. It was the testimony that was so similar.
Okay, all right, so we'll just do, oh, okay, item 1. Yeah, item 1.
But it's cleaner.
And this is the BT1, related amendments, definitions, and table bulk requirements. Okay. Comments, questions? I think I had already expressed that. I had a concern over the reduction in 5A. And then I had a concern over B, and I had a concern over 6 for the car washes at 1.4 acres, which I thought was kind of odd, so I went to 1.5. Anyway,
I think 1.5 makes sense,
okay.
what it's worth.
Yeah. I know. And then the lot size from 2 acres down to 1, I would think that if you have a lot that's 2 acres, you probably have more possibility. It seems, I don't know why I would want to reduce it. But all right, so those are my concerns, just in a bucket. So anyone else have problems or concerns with that? Mr. Biella concurs.
My concern was the 2 acres to 1 acre,
Mhm.
which would compromise. I compromised to 1.5 acres. I don't, I think I agree with the commissioner, the chairman, that chair lady, sorry.
I am not offended.
Okay, don't be offended. I don't
I have to be tough. like a guy
totally,
sometimes.
totally see why from 2 acres to 1.5 even, but I do.
Are we talking about the car wash, or you're talking
No,
about the
just
minimum lot size?
Minimum lot size, and but I do agree with the to go to 1.5. I don't, I just don't know why they want to reduce it at all, but, the other thing is that the presentation for, oh, he's still up there. He's still here. Okay. That, he said down to 50 feet frontage. This says to 25, which, the depth of the lot, the Berlin Turnpike thing is, the only problem I have concern about is that all the properties that are on Turnpike right now and using the state right of way for parking, okay? There's only one on the Turnpike that's grandfathered in, and the rest are, I guess, discussing it with the zoning officer that the rest of them are being asked to move back off the state property. So how do we restrict that you don't park cars on the state right away for your business? I don't think you should, and I don't think the state, unless you get permission from the state, that you can do it. But so if it's down to 25 feet, that means, I know they just said there wasn't a building line at 25 feet. So they can build still 50, 75 feet, 100 feet back. But it does have the opportunity to bring that building up to 25 feet from the front, which on the Turnpike probably is a good idea, because now it's got more sight line from the street, because it is so deep off the Turnpike. But when we do that, we have to talk about side parking or rear parking for the structure. Because 25 feet is really not enough to, unless you really angle the parking lots, to park back out and not, do that. So, that's a question I have. And the car wash, I said that I think it should be 1.5, which Chris has now said, okay. So the 1.5 has been negotiated, I guess. But that's the only thing I see here that I have a problem with.
I can do an explanation, because they all
Yeah.
have deliberation, so I can
Yeah.
only explain what.
Yeah.
So, with regard to setbacks, or a site plan, actually, anyone that would come in for a site plan, we would I'm sorry, I keep turning it off because I'm coughing. After I start coughing, of course. But anyone who came in with a proposal would have to show that they could fit their use and the parking related to that use completely on their own property. So they can't have parking in the right of way unless they were to come to you with a lease from the state that says, they have permission to do so. Your site plan would show that all their parking was on site. Now, some of them do have agreements with the state. Some of them, the state has, they've been 50 years old, some of them had land leases from the 50s that, they could utilize the state property. It's particularly noticeable with signs. A number of properties have a permission to have their signs out in the right of way. So, but if they came to you, they'd have to either show all the parking met that. So whether if they push the building forward, they'd have to put the parking elsewhere on the lot that was required for their use. If you have a good restaurant and people end up parking out front, then it's a a zoning or a parking violation, and it is handled that way. And again, in movement, for instance, car dealers, their lots are shown as the ones that we have site plans for are entirely on their own lots. That's where the required parking has to be. So if they push the building forward, the parking would be to the sides and rear. If they push the building back, they might have parking in front in conformance with your design regs.
Crazy. I just, if. Uh,
Oh,
I hate that, Mike.
yeah, okay.
I just, if it comes in, just a building permit to build, we don't have that site plan.
You see site plans for all commercial properties, or unless it's, minor adjustment to something that's there, that would be subject to site plan or a special permit with site plan.
Site plan
approval.
or special permit,
So-
that's no problem then.
All right, so listen, as far as I can say, as far as I can tell, this commission, there's three things. One, we already agreed upon, the car wash is going to 1.5. Now we're talking about the minimum front yard from 50 down to 25 feet. So Maureen, you explained it. How does the rest of the commission feel about that?
I think it's close.
June's okay. How are you,
think we need
how
more.
are you feeling the love? Actually, I come back and ask you. I'll come back and ask you. I'm gonna go to the left.
I don't have.
You say,
25 feet.
okay,
I don't think 25 feet is enough.
25's not enough.
I don't think it's enough.
okay, so 25 is not enough? 50? 50? You like 50?
I don't think I'm part of this one. I think it's Steve. Am I?
Yeah, I'm booted out.
I know, it seems like a drastic slice. We're just cutting it right in half. And that's why I'm having a problem with it.
I think when they talk, the state road can get wider and narrower, and they're trying to bring the businesses to the Berlin Turnpike, and I see that's a credible argument for making that 25, because it does help to bring the businesses closer for,
Well, if they widen the Berlin Turnpike, it's gonna bring them real close. That's the problem, is that, you know, you widen if they widen the Berlin Turnpike, then all of a sudden your 25 feet will now become 5 feet. People won't be able to get out the front door. But I don't know.
They are with spots that they put deceleration, acceleration. They are widening.
He doesn't like, John doesn't like.
I don't know.
I don't.
No, I mean, well, and so do you. The problem is, what do we do with it? 40 feet? All right, the compromise is for 40 feet? It's being thrown out 40 feet, 40 feet, 40 feet. Diane, what do you think? You've been quiet.
I would have been fine with 25 because it's in addition to the state right of way. I'm happy with what the rest of the commission wants to do.
I know, it's sort of like,
Most of the state right away is very wide on Turnpike. I agree with that. But there is.
all right, so we have a motion, we have a suggestion by Mr. Biella to go to 40 feet, down from 50 down to 40, and see if that drums up anything. How do you? What, oh, you're outbidding yourself. Stop, we're trying to go home, guys. We're trying to do this serious stuff. He's in Arizona, he's 3 hours behind.
We have site plan removed.
40 feet,
25.
40 feet more doable,
Going once.
going twice. No, do we have a,
Vote on 25, then vote on the-
all right, well, somebody make a motion then. Make a motion,
Are you looking for a motion for just the setback?
just for the setback, because we all seem to be agreement on everything else, I think. I mean, unless we now have to talk about the acreage,
Yeah, with
2 acres
acreage.
down, okay.
Yeah.
So let's get a consensus from the commission, what we want to do with the 25 to 50. So,
We're good with
Well-
25, I think.
25.
so the 3 are good with 25. I'd like to see more, so I would like to move it to either 40 or 50. 40,
Make it 40, Jesus Christ. Let's
I'm
go.
opposed to the change. I want to keep it at 50.
okay. So we have one who's going to keep it at 50.
I second.
And you're seconding, okay, she's gonna say, he's making like a motion, yeah, Mr. Dyken just moved it to 50 to leave it as is.
Well,
Seconded by Ms. Miller,
Well, I wasn't, I thought we were just trying to gain a
Yeah,
consensus
I'm-
on what the motion would be. I wasn't actually making the motion.
no, okay,
I could if you want.
why don't you?
Second it.
Well,
She's seconding,
all right, well then let's formalize this. I make a motion to keep the front yard setback at minimum at 50
okay,
feet.
all right, 50 feet. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, do we have further discussion? And I guess if this is gonna snake bite us later on, we can come back and reconsider. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
All right, so all in favor, raise their hand.
You're at 50?
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean,
Okay.
come on.
I want to go home.
4 to 3.
All right, 51, okay, now, no change on that. Very good. Reduce, okay, so now the minimum lot size from 2 acres to 1 acre. No, okay, so reduce item number 9. And item number 9 is what?
Fine.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
says
under
reduce,
5B, 5B.
under
Oh, I
5B,
gotcha.
it says reduce the item 9,
I got you.
minimum lot size from 2 acres to 1 acre.
I agree with, my friend Tim here. He suggests 1.5. One seems,
Is that a motion?
Is that a motion?
Is that a motion?
Well,
we're discussing, right?
Okay, all right, so, all right, so it's thoughts?
Again. 1.5, 1.5.
1.5.
1.5.
There we go, four,
I'm good with it. 1.5.
They're good with it? Okay.
1.5.
I want to keep it at 2.
I'm saying 2, but
I have concern. and
Yeah.
I know we're out of public hearings, so if I can't ask this question, then maybe Francisco or John can, Jennifer's on too. But, the minimum lot size from, it to change, to not change the lot size. Oh, you didn't do that. Never mind.
We declined to change the minimum front yard
The front yard.
setback.
Okay.
Now
so
we're
the lot
addressing
area-
the lot size
So
separately.
what my concern is, okay,
Well,
is from going from B to number 6 is making sure you're not having one use. Or maybe, or you deliberately decide that car washes may be different than the minimum
Well,
lot size.
yeah, well,
I confused myself.
I get
Never mind.
confused too because it's,
It's fine, it's fine. Right, so I
Yeah.
think the lot size should be done prior.
no, not the car wash, it's just the minimum lot size.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. about it.
requirements.
All right, so,
Are we doing hands, numbers?
all right, yeah, well, okay, so I'm just looking for the consensus before we go into a motion.
Well,
Is
and-
there a love
Well,
of
and-
changing the minimum lot size
Well,
from
and
2
Madam
acres
Chair,
down to 1?
I think if we're keeping the minimum front yard setback to 50, I don't think it makes much sense to now reduce the minimum lot size to 1 acre.
Well,
So I think.
I
maybe we're
think it's
stuck.
very swanky that you pointed that out to us.
Maybe I think I don't really know what else we do, but keep it at 2 acres.
Okay. Well, I hear that
That
as,
is my position.
all right, a position. All right, is that a motion? I mean, it's good.
Well,
good
I don't
have-
want to make a motion that's going to fail, so maybe we can.
No, I mean,
have
you know,
more discussion here. If I'm
okay,
I'm an
discuss.
island into himself,
Got 3 1.5 over here.
3 1.5s.
And you got 4.
I'm
I'm-
waiting.
She's the 1.5.
yeah,
He
and
makes a good point.
We're
She
changing.
does make good points. It's-
how do we
Not that-
now reduce it to 1.5 or 1? I don't think it makes any sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not,
I know I'm not crazy then if you agree with me.
That's the reason why they wanted to change it, because there are no 2-acre lots that are buildable.
It's hope.
What are you gonna build on an acre?
I don't want to know.
Purpose of this property is that they would combine lots. Okay, if there's a small lot, they
Yeah.
combine a lot
Mhm.
and make it 2 acres combined. Okay, you have to buy another lot, so you get combine lots and
This
you
is
get a
going
bigger
crazy.
structure. And that's the reason why. But, when this discussion ended up, I'm supposed to go to 1.5, structure can be large on 1.5. One structure's will be small, okay, because of the parking lot requirements, everything else, okay? So to have a little bit chance of a larger structure, I agreed on 1.5. That's my purpose. 2, 1.5. Oh, so. Don't care.
Okay, so, oh God. It's a very valid point. If you bring it from 2 acres down to 1, then why adjust that? But if we go to 1.5, we go from 2 acres down to 1.5. Their setback would maybe go to 40.
Oh, in the event that you're talking.
In the event that, yeah, in the event. I know,
That's
I
what
know,
Steve
but,
wanted.
no, but I mean, we're,
No, we shouldn't be voting again.
all right, so, okay, so if the 50 is gonna stand, that's fine. So minimum lot size, 2 acres down to 1. Okay,
Not 1.5.
all right. So who wants to make a motion? so we can,
I make a motion to keep the,
Go to 1.5. Anyone want to second that?
okay, Tim has a motion to go to 1.5 from 2. Do we have a second? Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, second, okay. So further discussion. So all those in favor, say aye. Nays?
nay.
All right. Ayes, raise your hand. Who voted aye?
I voted for 1.5.
Yeah, so raise your hand. All right. And who else?
And Steve.
All right, and so you have 3. Those who voted against it, stay at the 2,
4.
4. Okay. All right. So it's staying at 2. Now, we got to do the car wash. This will be the easy one. It was going 2 acres, it was suggested at 1.4, but I think the consensus is at 1.5. Do I hear anything opposing for a car wash? Okay. Is that a motion?
Make a motion to reduce it to 1 acre.
Okay. The car wash.
Don't reduce the lot size. Oh, but then the car wash can go on the existing site, if it's up.
All right.
I'm just thought there was a conflict between
Okay.
acquiring 2 acres.
Our discussion was to keep it at, or to go to 1.5.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll make a motion.
Wait, I think he already had a motion.
Motion.
So
It
was
wasn't
there a?
seconded.
No, it wasn't seconded. So that motion dies. Excuse me. All right. So now, Diane, do you want to make your motion?
I'll make a motion, that, item number 6,
Regarding,
reduced from 2 acres to 1.5 acres.
okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
For car wash.
Second by Mr. Zigmont. Further discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
No.
All right. So moved. That's the only dissenting. Okay.
Steve,
And
Steve, what did you vote?
what did you vote? Okay, all right. All right, so now what?
Overlay.
I think you should look at and so on the first number 1, I just want to, for the record, reiterate that it's a typo in here, the strike through for that do have detrimental impacts. It's the strike through the language that's coming out. It should read do not have is being taken out.
And that's for,
That's on number 1 of
This
the
one.
same sheet.
okay,
Same sheet.
okay.
Purpose.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah, so I wanted to reiterate that you said that at the last. meeting.
yes,
Straighten that out. at the
Yes.
last
That
meeting.
there should be an.
okay,
Um,
yeah,
Should be a not in here, do
Yeah.
not have.
It's getting stricken anyway.
yes,
But-
well, okay. All right, so then, BT2, all right, let's,
For the rest of the Provision, I actually want to clarify on another provision that you had comments on at the last meeting with regard to adding the clean contractors, the special permit use. And then the definition of clean contractor, there was a little bit of discussion of adding language, and language discussed was parking of contractor vehicles. Roughly, this was a rough
yep,
estimate, to be tweaked if necessary. Parking of contractor vehicles will be behind the front of the building line and shall be subject to review and approval by the commission, which approval may include required screening.
okay,
So that was one of the things we discussed about it again, like, to keep you remembering all that.
okay. All right, so now BT2,
You want to do that with the contractor there? Or are you otherwise, so I guess you need to make a motion on the rest of that amendment and decide whether or not you're approving all the other provisions in that amendment verbatim or with
Okay.
modification.
all right, Commissioner.
So, I'll make a motion, to accept the, proposed amendments, with the exception of those that we've already made adjustments to. My motion is to approve or accept the, proposed revisions.
Okay. And this is for
And then
BT,
I-
BT1.
this is BT1,
as otherwise.
Yes.
Okay. So we have the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Miller. Further discussion?
Madam Chair. Madam
Yes.
Chair, so this is absent the provisions which we already voted on.
This is correct.
Correct.
So by voting yes on this, I'm not undoing what we just did.
That's correct.
Anyway, okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Contractor. What's he just?
Clean contractor?
Clean contractor?
Clean contractor and the stipulations for clean contractor, that's gotta be added, what you just said.
Only if that, I just was reminding you.
No, I feel that that wording should be put in there for clean contractor. What a clean contractor is and where they should park their equipment or whatever. Or take clean contractor out, one or the other.
No, gonna leave it in.
Okay. It's just basically,
They don't store outside.
they don't store outside. It's like having a plumbing business.
That's kind of like the, what was the business, Chris? That's the point.
Can I just ask a real quick question?
Union or whatever. What was that one? He moved, didn't he move again? He's like HVAC.
Yeah.
And he was inside, because he then takes his equipment out there, everything is elsewhere. It's the kind of stuff you put inside a building because you wouldn't want to stockpile it outside.
So I have a question. What is there a regulation that we have in town that you can leave a commercial vehicle on a road unlimited time?
Don't address on-street parking, those are police regulations.
But they said that because we don't have anything in our regulations, they don't do anything. They told me if the car is registered, they could, I'm gonna give you a quick,
We have, it's a bit off topic, but we do, when we know a business vehicle is regularly parked at or near a residence, and it gets reported. Now, that's the other thing. A lot of times neighbors just fester on these things and it's not reported to the zoning officer. So if they're reported, then, we can make a courtesy contact. The police sometimes will do that too, but it's not on their lot. So it could be the guy working on the house. So
but
we
what I'm
don't
trying to
wanna-
get at is this.
Outside our purview.
A contractor doing work on a residence left his excavator on a trailer for a month in the road. Police were called and they said, there's no regulation in the town of Berlin. The truck is registered. The trailer is registered. You can leave it there. All
As
right,
long as it's not posted for no parking.
okay.
Can't put a commercial car. Or.
Yeah, you can put it in.
In your driveway, if you took that thing. There's regulations.
If they're doing. If they have an open permit. They might be waiting for materials and supplies. Pretty hard. But again.
Yeah,
we reach out.
Definition.
Like
Motion
I added
includes
where
those
like those read
definitions.
about the parking. Right? So we're accepting the other one. We're accepting other.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved. All right, BT two.
I'm gonna go out on a limb, but I want to make sure I understand something
Okay.
first. So, in the handout tonight, it's identified as page 3. Section 4, the copy I have, 4B, says reduce item 9, minimum lot size from 1 acre to 2 acres. Is that accurate?
Minimum lot size from
That was
2
back
acres to
on there.
1.
Supposed to 2 acres to 1 acre?
Took care of that in the front page.
Yeah, but that was on the.
This, we're talking BT2 now.
I think it's just a Scrivener's error. I think you flipped the 1 and the 2.
That was the one version, so you got the bad page.
Okay, so, the intent is to be from 2 acres to 1.
That's the one I got. Mine's wrong too then.
So those are the ones you picked up today.
Yes.
Those were run off really fast today.
Okay.
that They were printed,
I-
they printed them from the previous version, but there was a typo.
But it's intended to be 2 to 1.
We are talking about number 4. on page
4B.
4B of page 3, reduce the item 9, minimum lot size from 2 acres to 1.
2 acres to.
I'm using. the
Okay,
version
so
that-
that's, that conflicts with the BT1. Is everybody good with that before I make a motion?
Was agreed to 1.5 on my part, but,
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to approve the BT2 text amendment as written.
Okay, we have the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Biella. Further discussion. I think we need to-
So the intent is to pass these changes, including reducing minimum front yards from 50, minimum front yard from 50 to 25, and minimum lot size 2 acres to 1 acre, even though that's not what we did in the B1
That was what the intention is.
of the motion. Okay.
All right, so.
So just
Mention should be
vote in
the same.
opposition to it and then make
Yeah, I
another
agree with
vote.
Commissioner Zigmund on that. Thank you.
So, we don't have a second on this motion.
No.
Oh, Mr.
Steve,
Biella did.
Steve Biella.
Okay,
He withdrew
All right.
second.
he withdrew the second. So do you want to just, well.
I can
without-
amend, I'll amend my
Okay,
motion.
amend your motion.
I'll amend my motion for the minimum front yard setback to be consistent with the BT1. And the minimum lot size to be consistent with BT1. And otherwise, accept it as presented.
Okay,
And I'm sorry, but having to administer these moving forward, I just want to be really clear on a couple of things. So this includes changing the uses that are listed from
Page
the
3.
site plan uses from number 2, amend as follows: the new site plan use, the BP2 uses not permitted in the previously permitted in the zone in red, and the currently permitted special permit uses shown in blue as site plan uses, and then the other list number 3 will be the
Special permit.
remaining special permit uses. And I want to make sure everybody knows that. I just, a reminder to all, and we will add the definition of manufactured mill room.
Were we supposed to add dance studios and martial arts to one of these? We talked about it at the last meeting. Should be
Yeah, I
one
thought it
point
was
five. BT2.
I thought they attached.
Under special permit, I guess. Oh. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I thought, we were asked to
Because
add
it
art.
was similar artistic endeavors that you had a discussion with regard to.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it was in this section. I find it.
I have it written down from the last meeting that we were gonna include arts such as dance studios and martial arts.
Maybe one that was missed in previous, because I thought that was already, I'm jumping to that section in.
Oh, here it is. On page,
It is.
it says schools operated for profit, studios of dance photography, graphic design, painting or some.
Oh, you might
um,
be the SPDD.
I must be in the SPB. Yeah.
Two. So you're right, it's not.
Okay,
Okay.
before we vote, there's a
So-
discrepancy also that needs correcting. So item U for car washes, my motion will also further be amended to have the minimum lot size for car washes at 1.5 acres.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
I'll give it to June.
And that's adding
The studio and changing the car washes one.
Yeah, but not tattoo parlors or paintings
Yeah.
or whatever. Okay.
And plus
All right.
whatever's in item number 4.
All right. Further discussion?
We're just clarify that we're keeping the minimum front yard setback at 50 feet and the minimum lot size at 2 acres.
Yes.
Thank you.
Confirmed.
Correct.
Without,
Correct.
yes.
Consistent with BT1.
Thank you.
Okay. So all,
Is that correct?
further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved. All right, moving on. I've been trying to move this agenda all night. Don't be, don't be.
I'm
pulling
trying to
on me
help you.
now. Okay,
Okay.
SPDD. All right, SPDD. All right, so here we go with SPDD.
That was
No,
that
not
was
yet.
unanimous?
No, yes, that was unanimous. Okay. Moving on to SPDD, which is, otherwise known as Hilltop and everything else like that. And I think that. I don't remember anything jumping out at me on this.
That's a minimum lot size of 5 acres.
Oh, yeah, this on page 3, it has that graphic design and painting or similar endeavors.
That was discussed at a previous hearing.
Yeah,
That
we
one
want-
was worse, so you did qualify that,
Yeah.
like a couple years ago.
Okay.
A year ago.
All right. And. All right, floor area, minimum lot size, blah, blah, front yard 100 to 50. Okay. All right. Minimum lot size is 5 acres. That's where that minimum lot size.
Okay,
is.
I'll make a motion to approve the text amendment for SPDD as proposed.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Do we have a second? All right, without a second, the motion fails. Discussion, what do you?
This-
what-
Just a discussion.
We need a
So
second.
did you
We need
second
a
the
second.
motion? No, okay,
Just.
all right. Let's move on then.
I think we move on, Madam Chair.
I can't move the motion because I
Oh.
have no second.
Correct. So I think we move on to the next
on to the
agenda item.
Okay,
It just sits on the agenda. We move past it. No, that's my only point.
that's fine, that's fine. All right, move on to the Kensington Village overlay. That's fine, Mr. Bankin, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
That was the last meeting. Consensus was.
All right. I have no idea. Okay, Kensington Village overlay. My Kensington Village overlay. Oh, this is the one where we were, this is the one where we're gonna try to increase the housing or
Yeah,
whatever.
From 7 to
To
12.
12. And Mr. Rogan had said at the last meeting, and I think Ms. Millard went to approach it this meeting earlier. And that the infrastructure, the fear is that the infrastructure right now is really, it's taking a pounding on Farmington Avenue. And we really don't have the road system. And I'm thinking that if you're going to 12 units per acre, I mean, I would just be horrified to see how much traffic is gonna be added to Farmington Avenue. It's just gonna be, it's gonna be incredible. The cars will be at a standstill all the time. And sometimes you can't fit 10 pounds into a 5-pound bag, and you just have to be able to say, the limit is 5. And the bottom line is we have not yet even developed those 2 housing buildings that, was it Lovely or Metro is gonna put up. And so that's gonna add a lot of stress onto Farmington Avenue. Plus you have the other units that are coming behind, the provisional coffee place. There's another 12 or 10 units I think we had approved. And I think we're really kind of stressing it if we're gonna open up that whole back over by the railroad depot to 12 units per acre.
I think it's good that we visited it and we reviewed it. I think it's also okay to say not yet.
Well, yeah, well, everything's always opt for change.
Right, we can
You
say
know,
not
so
yet.
nothing's never engraved.
I would encourage the developer to come in and say, here's the piece of property I would like to develop, and say, you know, they did it on Still Boulevard. They, you know, they came in with a proposal and we agreed upon it.
Yeah, but I'm.
Okay, but
Tim,
so if someone wants to come in with a proposal, I will entertain a proposal. Okay, that's not a problem, you know, entertain a proposal, because we could always say no.
yeah,
No.
but if
To
you,
fit the
but it's not about that. It's about going from 7 to 12 units or 6 to 12.
I agree with you. I don't think at the time.
And if you say it's okay to go to 12, then if he comes in with a proposal.
Excuse me, for the record, can we make sure there's one conversation in case we need to do a transcript? Thank
okay.
you, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, I understand what you're saying, Tim, but I mean, I'm not feeling the love to be changing it because I think it's really gonna, I think we need to step back and let Farmington Avenue breathe. for a minute.
We just did 1 to 10, okay, and I don't see the pieces of properties that are gonna get together, okay, and do 12 units. I don't see that, okay?
Well, if you have a developer come in and buy everything, if he just goes, I'm gonna buy all this and this is what I'm going to do.
And now he's going, to bring it in and say, okay, this is what we wanna do. And we have yes or no, bottom line, okay, so I don't think, no reason to change it, to tell you the truth.
Well,
You know, we already got 7,
okay.
we
so
already
we're
got
gonna-
7, and if someone wants to come in with a proposal that says 10, like the last one we did, and we said, okay,
Well,
and,
okay,
and,
but
and,
we're gonna-
and it works on that piece of property.
Yeah, okay.
So that-
Andrea has a question.
All right, so I don't quite understand, one part, 6 dwelling units per acre. We're crossing out whole acre and no prorate of acreage. I don't
The
quite
prorate,
understand that.
so-
Right now, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, did you?
No, you go right ahead.
So right now it says 6 dwelling units per whole acre, and in parentheses says no pro rata of acreage. So what it means is if you have, an acre, you can have 6 dwelling units. If you have a half acre, you can't have any dwelling units. Because you have to have a whole acre. If you have 1.5, you get 6. If you have 2.1,
Okay,
you get 12.
okay, all right, I understand that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And so the proposal is to get rid of the whole acre so that it's then proportional. If you have 1.5, you get 6, 7, 8, 9, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, great.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The motion to not to change that at this time, because of our concerns with traffic And the last meeting, I think the consensus of this commission was not to do that at this time.
Mhm.
I don't have any problem coming back later on when we did a bigger study or we did, or a developer comes in,
Okay.
that this is what I can do, but not at this time.
Okay, we have the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Miller. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved. All right, now we have. the-
Unanimous.
Yes.
Just
Unanimous,
need to
yes.
make sure.
Yep, yep, yep.
I had a comment.
Oh, you had a comment?
It's okay, you voted.
No, I'm sorry.
No, it can't.
Oh, well, so you know where he is.
No, it's on.
I'll vote in favor. I was going to ask if there were other items to consider as part of that. Other than the number of units
It's the.
per acre.
Meeting
Okay.
and then two parts of the core two.
All right, now we should get through the rest of this.
I already made a motion for the first part. I'm not doing it again.
Okay, that's no problem. Oh, but everyone voted and we're all good. Okay, so now we have the zoning regulation and map amendments for elimination of 60 and 60 SPDD overlay and SPDD2 overlay and related amendments of 2B definitions and 6J and 8I5 bulk table requirements. All right,
So this,
Yeah,
the
please.
recap, this is to eliminate those two overlays in annotated, just.
Well,
That's a quick summary.
Yeah.
Is remove the the SPDD overlay and the SPDD2, which is another overlay
okay.
from on top of the underlying. That's in those areas.
But if we do that, can we still leave it as a special permit?
They will default to the underlying zones. So the uses that are, so if you look at your map,
Mm-hmm.
Along the west side of the highway of Route 5, you have a combination of BT1 and BT2 zones are the underlying zones there, depending on the lots, because some of them got modified last year. So it would differ, it goes straight up to the BT1 and BT2 zoning that's there. Those are what's allowed there. And the overlays over here, this lot reverts to the R15, which is underlined, and these lots revert to R43 with no opportunity to take the SPDD and, create something mega that includes those, because that's really what the overlay allows for, is the SPDD to expand for that big project. Out to Middletown Road or to the other side of the road.
So does that mean they don't need a special permit to build on these? It'll just default to whatever the zone is.
It's defaults to the underlying zone. Right now, they don't need, unless they're doing something within the provisions of the SPDD overlay, they can use the underlying zone. They don't, the overlay is not,
Yeah, I look at the special permit as almost a safety net for us. So we don't get something if we don't have a special permit, then and they meet the zoning and everything, they're just gonna put what they want in there and they don't have we have no jurisdiction over it.
so I don't think I'm explaining that well.
Okay.
Because, so if someone came in. Let's start with Middletown Road, I think it's the easier one. I think Middletown Road is easier. So along Middletown Road, you have the SPDD overlay. And so if someone came in for one of these lots that's in the overlay to build a house on an acre on 32,000 square feet. That's the underlying zone, they can be allowed. So, what you're moving overlay. House. General. So it allows the SPDD to include those lots if they, if we had this, and I'm gonna call it a mega project, that would want to use some of this in addition. So instead, it's a hard over here, you have what's allowed, isn't it? More. What if someone did one of those lots? Was our business. So. It's, subject to special permit, site plan, prior. No, just because we close the hearing, we don't have to vote on something, same night.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion to continue.
May.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second, thank you. Okay, moving on.
You
let me
need to-
see.
All in favor?
Oh,
You need a
all in
vote.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
We also didn't take any specific action on the SPD. The one I made a motion on that wasn't seconded.
So we want to come back and revisit that one.
So,
Was that the Kensington?
Yeah.
no, SPDD.
Yeah, I mean, if we
So-
just want to clean the record up and be consistent, maybe we could we can continue that formally.
So, yes,
Yeah.
so, I'll make a motion to continue, the deliberations on the, proposed text amendment for SPDD
Okay,
to the next meeting.
all right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Zigma. Further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved. All right. Now, really quick, let me see, we have the special permit application for Sal Morello, but that is going to be continued. That was for the Butler style buildings and 4 Rod. And then we had the special permit for Aaron Greenblatt, which is also continued. This is for 143 Percival Avenue. And then we had, the last item was already met. Okay, so we're going to down to approval of the minutes for March 20th. Attending the minutes meeting was Commissioner Zigma, Jorsey, myself, Rogan, Millard, Dyken, Biella, and Pashuk. Okay, Pashuk.
I'll make a motion, to approve the minutes as written.
Okay, motion by Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Zigma. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved. Bond releases. Request of Thomas. Okay, oh, that's right. And Mr. Hamel was also not present. Request of Thomas Kokomo for release of a site bond held at 166 Old Brickyard Lane. Good night. Old Brickyard Lane, is he doing any work or? No, do we just deny it? Oh,
So. So town engineer, the deputy director of public works, went out.
I'm an hour behind my schedule.
So on this item, his email reads, it appears that the landscape plantings and finished course of payment have not yet been completed on 11A1 on your, so that's the site bond, and so we're recommending it not be released at this time.
okay. Do we have a motion?
Make a motion not to release.
The bond.
This is.
Okay, second. Second by Mr. Biella. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved. Okay, request for Kokomo Brothers again for the release of an erosion control bond held for 196 Old Brickyard Lane.
So the construction is complete and then may be released.
It can be. I mean, is it complete? Really? Okay.
Make a
Motion.
motion to release the bond, for Kokomo Brothers at 196 Old Brickyard.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Miss June Daly. She's getting her horse in there. Okay. And further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, those opposed, so moved. Okay. Planners' comments?
You're not gonna like me, but I have several things.
All right. People don't like us, right?
I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's
So
your
this
job.
is a question as to how you want to handle this. Honeyman Builders that's doing the High Road subdivision, the 11 lots there.
Oh, yeah, him?
Revision to the lot line.
Mm-hmm.
In conjunction with the neighbor to the south, the southerly abutter is asking to waive the sidewalk requirement that abuts his lot. It doesn't go in front of his lots, but it goes to it, due to the topography at the southerly extent of the southern lot. And so, the subdivision was a public hearing. Obviously, you voted on a waiver of the sidewalk on the other road, not a waiver of the sidewalk on this road. Although the topography change hadn't been, I guess, called out or realized, in that location. And what I would like to know is if you would like to handle it as a public hearing or just add it to the agenda, as a decision. We'll do it on an upcoming meeting, but if we need to notice it, we need to know that you want a public hearing on it. We have decent drawings and a lot of photographs. Okay. All right, so we'll have it as a regular item. Okay, just needed to verify that. Then for the next thing, Berlin High School is absorbing the pre-K program. It'll be moving to that campus, and on the east side of the building, next to the big parking area. Did we hand out anything for that? I'm not sure. I don't think we did. But well, it's the property. So you know how you drive in from Patterson Way to the driveway that goes deep into the lot, and there's where the lot opens up, and there's a side entrance to the building there, not the front where it's curvy, but the side. There's a ramp that goes up in front of that area. They want to do a play area and enclose it. So again, that's a matter of whether it's near the bike racks, the ramp into the school, et cetera, and whether we can bring up a picture of the area, we hope. But it's whether you want to see it as a site plan amendment or you want staff to handle it administratively. It affects primarily a decorative landscape area. There are border trees that appear to remain, but then there's other, they'll be taking out some landscaping as well to have this area there.
I'm good with staff, but I have a comment.
Okay, go ahead with your comment.
By bringing the pre-K kids to the high school grounds,
Mm-hmm.
the town will not be able to manage the high school grounds the way they're accustomed to. The laws would prohibit certain
Commingling?
maintenance activities.
What does that mean?
It means they can't use
Some of the
pesticides.
they're using.
Oh, chemical.
Is this something new or were they located somewhere?
I have the email. Again, it was a matter of whether we were gonna, whether I'm scheduling it or not. I don't have all the details. Hubbard, I think there are a couple of places.
Additional, so Hubbard's
Oh,
goes.
Jesus Christ.
Pre-K, we're gonna stay at Hubbard.
I thought they were.
They're adding a class.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, that's totally different.
There's no room at Hubbard.
Cause I got a question about Hubbard 3K is proceeding. If it's not concerned, I'll bring it up.
So that would be all like weed control products.
You know exactly what you're talking about, because when the kids were in school, we always got we got a letter as to that they were meeting the requirements or
Well,
changing things when my kids were in school,
kids?
so I'm familiar. Again, I didn't prepare it for tonight. I
Yeah.
really was asking the question, how do you want to do it? And if you have a lot of questions, we can bring you in. What? So I will say that at the, without really discussing it, but the high school my kids went to, they had, little kids there because they were part of I'm not gonna use the wrong term, I'll say home ec because I'm old. They're not called that anymore, but it was part of those classes that, family, preparation, yeah, I don't wanna use that word either. So I'm like, what do you call those classes? Did you have them?
Kids come
Well, no, how to.
Why did the kids need to be there for that?
How to care for children, how to, they had a class that had students help in that class. It was.
Really? They teach kids how to take care of
It might
kids?
be children, it might be that they're working at otherwise at a Y. I mean, it's also a class like learning to.
Life
That was
skill.
kind of my point.
Oh.
Hello?
Jennifer said.
Oh,
It
jeez.
was Jennifer, life skills.
Oh.
That's what they're using now, life skills, I believe.
Thank you for the word I needed, Jennifer. I'm sorry, I just couldn't. Because it's not home ec anymore.
Administrative, or do we want to actually have it as part of a mission business, not a public hearing? Just not. I'll let them do it. Tell them to get that damn apple off.
It's the Board of Ed's logo. No, it's a town's logo for the Board of Ed. It's not, I asked. I asked them, I called down there, I found out. Okay, I have two more. Okay. 309 Main Street, East Berlin. Mr. Kokomo is working forward towards getting COs on the first set of units. You did allow for him to phase his building. I went back, I listened to that tape. There are a couple of things, with regard to it. The plan calls for a 6-foot high white vinyl fence along the northerly property line. There's mature trees there. They form a very tall canopy. And on East Berlin, on Main Street, right next to Pat Snow's, then you have, it was an old farmhouse that got rehabbed for 2 units, and then they're building units behind. He'd like to put up, instead of the white vinyl fence that was approved on the plan, he'd like to do, substitute screening of arborvitae there instead. No. Or plantings. So what is? Oh, bagworms. Is there, so, or other, well, it was approved with the white vinyl and he's asking if something else can be done. Again, he can come back and present it to you as to what he would like to do or not, but we're trying to work out, what needs to be done before he gets approval, so. So a better you'd entertain a better suggestion? You want the fence?
Maureen, for CO approval, does that require notice to abutting property owners? Or that there's nothing like that? All right, because one of the concerns I have with this applicant is the notices that he sends out. No, I understand, and it's not irrelevant then. I'm referring to some other issues.
Okay. So there's action on that, ongoing.
I don't want to
If the driveway's not finished, walkways aren't finished to a unit, or just tripping hazards or anything like that, I wouldn't give the COs. Cause you know, if he puts his thumb to us and rents the unit before it's got a CO, you know, he did it. Okay? Okay, when he puts that thumb against his nose. and goes-
There's an action on the parcel.
Yes, I think it's.
But he, so, I'm leaving the fence to, if he comes up with another idea, he can come and ask you himself for that, but we'll calculate the improvements with white vinyl unless he puts it up, beforehand. But we will be, because you did approve him to finish buildings at a time. So we'll only do COs for attached buildings at a time. So they're clusters of 3 down there. So he's getting, that's what the request is, the first cluster of 3. So there's sections of improvements with each set of units. And we will be bonding for the final course of payment. Pavement is down, the rough course, that's typical for when we get a CO request. And then our plan, Jim and I had a big discussion about it, would be any uninstalled landscaping, rain gardens, et cetera, to have those done for the sectional. So we'll bond by section, for those units. Now he has put in those rain gardens now, he has put in the driveways, he's put in, the drain pipe infrastructure is in, the catch basins are installed. The chambers for the drainage aren't in. Now the catch basins won't work until the final course of pavement is in anyway. But for now that's, he'll be putting that in with the furthest east buildings because that's where the land will be disturbed with them. Yeah, so then we'll calculate a bond and then have the retention. So we only collect the retention if it's installed. I believe that's the way the calculation, I don't do the calculation, but you don't release because if it's installed, it doesn't get bonded. But we have a maintenance number.
Section, landscaping.
No, it's allowing the CO and getting bonding for that section of landscaping. So for instance, if he never builds the 5th building, then he wouldn't be landscaping the foundation plantings around that building. He'd have to reseed it for grass.
Makes sense. Something like landscaping for the entire project. Entire project.
Okay.
The
So-
work that's getting done on the back part of the property might impact the landscaping at the front of the property.
So that's to make sure that it survives. It survives. That's the survival section. That's the percentage that is retained for survival.
Yeah.
As opposed to the tree itself, it's a percent of of what's already installed. Well, and again, we discussed it with both the town engineer and the deputy director, was that the rain gardens are in, the infrastructure is all there, but that is typical for your catch basin sitting where your final course of pavement is. So yes, you get the rainwater in, but the flow of water, and again, there are subsurface holes in for the catch basins as well, but they're too high, so they're not really collecting the sheet flow from the pavement. They're going to the rain gardens as well for this property. So that's where it's the pavement.
Further down from this building. Not in yet. What good is having that? Anyway, now that's not going.
Well, it needs to be in because they couldn't have put the first course of pavement down. So the point is he's put together the infrastructure up to that point. So we're not concerned that he'd have to rip it back up again because it's installed. But that's how a phase, it would be typical for any phase project where the final course of pavement doesn't get put in, or something that gets a CO in the winter, where the final course of pavement can't be in. In this instance, they're going to the rain gardens, because we did discuss the drains from the houses going to the rain gardens from the units. If, you know, if you have concerns, we'll note them. I don't know. Jennifer, do you have anything to add with regard to this or to? You have done.
I don't think so, Maureen. I mean, I think, you know, the hour is quite late, so you know, the bottom line is that, you know, if there's work that's outstanding, an estimate is gonna be prepared and a bond is gonna be posted. So. I can't quite hear.
Chamberlain Highway with Kokomo's property, I'm seeing the Walpole truck in there.
Oh.
Here we go again.
So I
Yeah.
don't know, I,
No,
yeah.
the bond's been released, we haven't finished deciding on it.
I'm just mentioning that I saw the Walpole fence truck there.
Yeah.
There goes the joke.
Maybe we're not feeling the love with that one.
You need a motion, so I will make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Oh,
Thank you.
did we vote on that bond thing?
You don't
Oh.
have to.
Okay, fine.
Well, you voted on the bond releases already.
All right.
Yeah.
If that's what you're talking
She's
about.
got more
I
on
was
the
giving
list.
you
I
updates.
will second.
Jack.
That was probably.
We have a motion, we have a second.
By Ms. Jorsey, do we have a second? Second by Steve Biella. For the discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Why was it a meeting?
Well.
But you don't have one for a month.
Just think how much cost. I think May first is May first people come to May third.
I have a boatload. I've had so many, my stomach is flip flopping from them. That's why I was drinking the tea while it lasted, but